then you just stand there. Your life. There we go. God, that took forever. It could be the video that I just finished, taking up space in my MacBook. But good, we're live. Get over there and get my face over here. All right. How we doing, everybody? Happy Monday. Testing. Can we hear me? Can we see me? How we doing? How we feeling? We're doing it for real this time. We're finishing Kentucky Route Zero for the first time. Oh, it just told me to. We're like in the middle of Act 4 ish. We're on the Devil's Steamboat. I can say Steamboat Willie. That's not, no one owns that anymore. We are Steamboat Willie. Yeah. I didn't sign up for any account, so I didn't agree to arbitration in the event of something bad happening. Anyway, hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I both had fun and was a little editing machine over the weekend. I wanted to get this video done really badly. It's pretty much set for tomorrow. I just need to upload it. Members will have access to it right away. Speaking of, shout out to the channel members. Tomorrow we're doing our Gamescom stream in the afternoon. That'll be before my video goes live on the main channel. So consider becoming a member if you want to hang out with me and talk about the up-and-coming games. Freaking Silent Hill just dropped a bunch of stuff today, so I'm a happy little boy. It's looking promising. I refuse to have hope because it could go so wrong. But it's looking good. I'm excited to do some Silent Hill stuff soon. Might be doing that sooner rather than later. Just kind of depends. But we will be playing Silent Hill 2 Remake when that drops in October. Not a sponsor or anything. I wasn't invited to the cool little party with the fun little drinks and pizza and the cool shirt that I wish that they would sell. I'm about to just go the Redbubble route. I want Silent Hill stuff so bad. And someone put the line about a hole on a shirt, and now I want it real bad. Bill, you just discovered Redbubble? Yes. Gotta have your own party. Yeah, okay. The goal is to have fun and be able to cover rent, bills, and food with AdSense, donations, members, Patreon, all that crap. Secretly, even if I had to pay for it, secretly I want to be on the good boy list for cool companies because I'm always, even games I don't care about or know anything about, I'm always in love with the like PR unboxing stuff and like the themed boxes and the little things. I don't know why. I think it's always cool, and I'm like, can that be the collector's edition stuff? Like, this is, again, like games and shows that I don't even care about. I'll see like a streamer or a YouTuber like show off something, and I'm like, I want to be on the good boy list. Can you imagine if there was like a Steven Universe good boy list and they like sent me Steven Universe things? Or when people thought I got Adventure Time and I was a sellout when really I just won a Twitter raffle because I think I had like maybe 40,000 subscribers or something like that. And they were like, we're giving away Adventure Time DVD box sets. And I was like, haha, I'll reply to this tweet. And they were like, you won. And then people were like, great. Now he's just going to say it's good because he's a sellout or something. And I was like, I'm not even, come on. I won a raffle. It did help me make that video, though, because the episodes, first off, I wasn't paying for a streaming service that had it at the time. Second, it was out of order, even when I tried to do like a free trial. So I just watched the DVDs. Alana will go to your party, Hecka exclusive. Hecka. I just think they're cool. And I'm like, that would be the, like the collector's edition of crap where it's like, here's the game. Here's a little steel box that won't look nice next to your other games. Sometimes there's a mini art book. Some crazy mad lads have like figurines and stuff. And I'm like, give me the cool little box and a shirt and a little treat. That's what I want. I'd pay for that. But yeah, the shirts that they gave out were really dope. because I'm a subtle boy when it comes to like merch. I like subtle references. I don't like very loud, like crazy graphic design or like stuff up the arms. As you can tell from my merch, thethirdbill.com. I want to do things that other people like. It's just hard to think of ideas because what I like is so simple and basic. Um, but yeah, some people got to play Silent Hill in Japan, and I'm like, gee, I'd love to one day get to play Silent Hill early in Japan and be given a little pizza and a shirt. Be pretty cool. But then I remembered I haven't done any Silent Hill content. And this channel isn't big. I don't even think my main channel will be big enough to be noticed like that. Anyway, I'm jealous, but whatever. I got a cool new story trailer. Again, not sponsored. The trailer looks dope. I haven't watched the gameplay stuff because I've been busy, but I'm going to focus on that as we get ready to go back into the world of Kentucky Route Zero, where the hills are loud. But yeah, I shared this thought with Robeson in the little thank you video that I sent for donating at thethirdbill.com. You can also get a free little thank you video if you pick up merch. Donate here, become a member, plug. So I want to share that theory with everyone now, Robeson, if that's okay. You've had all weekend to think about it. Is he like drinking himself to death? Because he suddenly, our guy, he I almost said Conrad, that ain't right, Conway. He went from having a skeleton leg, which I assumed was because of his medical debt, to every time we pull over the boat, it's like suddenly his arm was a skeleton arm. Subtle reference in the thumbnail. Real ones caught it. Only 10 people with smart brains understood that reference, or whatever those stupid memes are, where it's like, here's a picture of a giraffe, and if you saw a shark, you're a genius, or you're a certain type of person. But I'm wondering if, because he's fallen off the wagon, and there's an implication, or not an implication, he's directly said this is his last shift. I wonder if he's either throwing his life away at this company, or if he's incurring debt drinking the whiskey on top of his medical bills, and he's basically, in a sense, selling, like, drinking himself to debt. DEBT. That's kind of my thought right now. Oh yeah, and I'm the little boy. But yeah, our band has, our party has expanded. We have a cool punk rocker lady who had an awesome concert moment, which was probably one of my favorite visuals in the game so far, other than the play. We have the little boy who helped us get to the hospital through the museum. And then Shannon, I thought someone else joined our group. We're on a boat, so a bunch of people kind of joined us. Is it? It's an interesting question. Is it? Is it? What do you know? How the game ends, Bill. I know exactly how this ends. But yeah, that's kind of my theory right now. Is I think our boy Conway isn't gonna make it. Oh yeah, punk rocker's partner. I thought the partner dipped before the boat, or was I just confused? There was a lot of confusing go-karting going on. And I was distracted for a little while. But we're good now. Well, I'm good now. Be nice, be kind, like, subscribe, comment, donate, share. Follow me on social media. Become a member. Especially if you want to hang out with me tomorrow afternoon for Gamescom. There was someone who, like, all caps me in the comments and was like, I need to tell you that Edgeworth is going to be back for the Switch this fall. And I'm like, hit that join button, buddy. You could have seen it with your own eyes. I was told I get to be Zelda and Edgeworth in the same stream. That was a big Nintendo Direct. And then I guess today was their museum thing. Right? Gaming presentations have been odd lately, but we're hanging in. We're keeping up. That was a good little 10-minute stall. Let's go. Hey, just a quick one here. I'm going ashore to do some mushroom hunting. This little island is my favorite spot, and I figured... What? I figured we're already running late. What's one more unscheduled stop? I just need to find Will and get him up here to keep an eye on things, you know? I bet he's asleep. Could you run down and wake him up for me? Bunks are down on the lower level right next to the map room. Thanks. I'm a child. Oh, right. He can record fun sounds for the band. Please don't come to life. Please don't come to life. Please don't come to life. It's very pleasing and relaxing. Can I... Please don't come to life. Please don't come to life. It's gonna spring back and have scary eyes. I know it. Please don't Pazuzu me. The real one, not the fake one. I hate that I have to denounce that now. No one needed an Exorcist remake. I know I'm very brave for sharing that opinion, but that was awful. Can I go home? Alright, well, I'm gonna see that in my nightmares tonight. Kitty. In and down. Main deck, please. Main deck, please. Thank you. I guess he's downstairs. Yeah, he's... is that both of his arms down there? No, okay, it's crossed. He lost another limb between streams. I think the best way to sum up this game so far for me is this is me listening to Bruce Springsteen on a dark day. It's very Bruce Springsteen coded. Recorded lecture plays from a tape machine next to Will's bunk. And even hinted that he had in mind a design for this device. Or, hold on. And even hinted that he had in mind a design for this device, as recorded in the diary and sundry observations. Why would personalities in another who's reading? I'm reading, you're reading, lecturer, I hardly. Why would personalities in another existence or sphere waste their time working a little triangular piece of wood over a board with certain lettering? Ew, I talked about... Is this about Ouija boards? I want to go home. The whole business seems so childish to me. If we are to read any real progress in psychic investigation, we must do it with scientific apparatus. Again, for Edison, a technical solution to every problem. He goes on to suggest the parameters of the apparatus. And yes, a question in the back. James? From Silent Hill. Indistinguishable. Yes, that's the idea of personalities lingering after death. Yes, this idea of personalities lingering after death does appear to be in conflict with Edison's theories about what he called life units, the subatomic entities that animate matter and then scatter to other configurations when a person passes on. But given Edison's emphasis is a fucking hard band name. But given Edison's emphasis on memory and cognition, remember, we're talking about the inventor of the phonograph and his colorful description of the swarm. Oh, thank God that was outside. Yes, it was like a plane or someone's revving their engine. I'm like, what's happening? Swarm of interchangeable drone-like, with the colorful description of the swarm of interchangeable drone-like. Edison even uses the word proletarian, life units animating the human mind. His theory naturally posits that any individual life unit possesses on its own some fragment of memory, in a chain, if you will. So, according to Edison, when life units recombine from, say, a soldier into, say, a flower, we may be able, using some apparatus, to coax out from the flower memories of war. That actually would be cool as shit. Will wakes up. Well, hello, small man. You caught me in my pre-dawn nap. I try to sleep in little nibbles when I can. It maximizes my time in the threshold states. Yeah, power nap. That's real. He knows that's real, right? That's a valid excuse. What are you listening to? Well, I used to work at university, and I'd always eavesdrop on lectures through the ventilation system. Anything and everything. I'm a polymath by nature. Okay, vibes. Bill, close enough. I'm a polymath by nature. An old friend recently found this box of tape-recorded lectures next to the dumpster there, and passed them on in the spirit of fondly recalling better days. This one is... History of the Philosophy of Death. Yikes. I play these old tape lectures during my little nibble naps to absorb the information more easily. It's pretty effective. I wish I could do everything half asleep. Live your half-life half asleep. I had a joke. It's gone now. Can't say I learned very much just now, though. I must have been too busy dreaming. A vivid narcotic fantasia aboard the... But those are always the quickest to dissipate. I'd better tell you about it now before the spell is broken. Will takes a deep breath, focusing on the task of recalling his dream. I was small, not a child, an animal maybe. I patrolled the corridors of a great iron ship, searching for scraps and mice, I think, and crying, always a weak and mournful mew. Other crewmen... Robeson, thank you for donating to thethirdbill.com. No, it's not the easiest game to stream. Really appreciate you, not just for the KRZ stuff, but all you do, Bill. Thank you, Robeson. Nah, dude, I appreciate you. The feeling is mutual. Thank you so much for doing. It gave me most of your message, I think. I have to pull it up. Hard to see the full, but thank you so much for donating, Robeson. That's super appreciated. And the cut taken from other companies is a lot smaller at thethirdbill.com. But if it's more convenient for you to donate here, do that. But big thank you, Robeson. Robeson's the one who recommended this game to me several times, yet I haven't been put on any indie game studios good boy list, so thank you, Robeson, for real. All the appreciation back at you, bud. I hope you're doing good. I super appreciate that. Other crewmen slumped in odd corners or lay drunk on the deck. The hall smelled of... Other crewmen slumped in odd corners or lay drunk on the deck. The hall smelled of shame, defeat, and rot-gut corn whiskey. They dumped artillery into the water, tore their flags into cloth scraps, and made handkerchiefs to bury their sobbing faces. They drifted on Lake Leith, drinking the cold, black water and eating eyeless fish. Raw, when they at last ran out of cooking fuel, they seemed, in their despair, to forget even language. After an interval of years, the ship crossed a threshold into absolute silence. Like the hills. Silence except for my hopeless, whimpering cry. Anyway, that's all I remember. Sorry you had a bad dream. Oh no, not bad. Unsettling. Puzzling. Is eyeless fish important? I was trying to picture that, and it kind of hurt my brain. I can't tell if you're being goofy or if you're setting me up for thought. Don't. I'll overthink it. Don't. I'll overthink it. Gee, I wonder what the color of that kid's tie means, huh, Bill? And I just spiral. Salmon. It's a salmon pink. They're in hell. But thanks for your concern, Doc. Well, I've got a stew to start. That sounds like he has to take a dump. I've got a stew to start. You may want to hurry back above deck. You may want to hurry back above deck. I believe we're about to pass the bat sanctuary. It's quite a thing to see. Don't overthink it. It's just weird. Ooh, God, it's so... I love like how the trees look and stuff. Please don't make me control the boat again, though. Kate came back from a mushroom hunting excursion with a small basket full of oddly colored caps and stems. No doubt delicious to a morsel. Of course, she intended to use many of them in her medical practice to ease the pain, nausea, and anxiety of pregnant women. But I can usually rely on my charms to snare a bite or two. I was about to go, oh, are they those kind of mushrooms? Then I'm like, pregnant women. And then I'm like, this is a horror game. What is that called? I don't think it was pregnant women, but it was like a time in our history we were like giving like LSD to people thinking it was going to give them superpowers. There's a term for it. They were unethical. I'm not happy about these things. Do you know what I'm talking about? There was like a term for it. It was like, they would do it at like, especially like mental hospitals and stuff. Where they're like testing the effects of like, it was more than just LSD, but it was like hallucinogens and stuff on people. It's like super messed up. There was a term for it, and now I can't remember. Because I remember it came up in my Will Wood video, and I was basically saying it without saying it because I didn't know that there was a word for it. Then people were like, actually, or helpfully going, the word you're thinking of is, and now I don't remember it. I think I failed everybody. Yeah, it was the CIA. Yeah, the CIA thing, I guess. Allegedly, I don't know. If the algorithms favored me more and I was a famous internet person, I wouldn't have time to ask these questions. In case the powers to be are watching, I'll be your puppet for a couple million consistent watch all the way viewers and streamers and members and stuff. You could buy my silence real good. Oh, hey, that was creepy. Okay. Okay. Phone went off. Okay, one last side tangent before we keep going. I don't have an account on eBay. I've never used eBay before. But I was looking at prices of like used Silent Hill games because I found Silent Hill 4 at like a used like music games shop. And it was a pretty good price, and I picked it up and I was able to play it on this old Xbox that I got. And I was like, cool, maybe I'll find another physical copy. And so I've been looking at Silent Hill games being sold on eBay, but I don't have an account, so I can't like bid or whatever. So I was like putting them on my list just to see how much things are worth. And I just got a notification. Oh no, I lost out on a chance to spend $190 on a used physical copy of Silent Hill 2 for the PlayStation 2. Oh no. Sorry, everybody. I don't have money for that crap anyway, but like, because it like starts at like 10 or 15, and I'm like, hey, you know, maybe I could find something at a good price online, and then someone bid $150, and everyone's at each other's throats, and I keep getting notifications, and it just closed. It's like, or it's gonna close in 14 minutes, and it's like, oh no, you don't want to miss out on this. And I'm like, nope, I'm very much gonna miss out on this. I'm good. I also got a notification that the first game was being sold for like $900 still in the wrapping. And I'm like, there's no way in hell it's actually worth this. But I hit it on watch just to check. And I got an email. It's 9% off. It went from $899 to $800. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they're giving it away. I could never be an online bidding person, I don't think. But I did. I got Silent Hill 4 for the Xbox, and it worked just fine. I got to finally play one of the Silent Hill games that I never got to play. $900. Yeah, I'd rather have rent and bills and food and maybe set aside some money for more games to stream. $900 is like a month of being me, roughly. But yeah, also it was more fun finding it in a store. But yeah, I'm just like, how much does this stuff, like, did I get a good deal? And now I get not emails, I get notifications and emails, I guess. But I got a notification on my phone. Like, oh, in a couple minutes it's gonna go. I'm like, shut up. Like, I'm not spending $200 on something I can't even play because I don't have a PlayStation 2. Anyway, I just, yes, if I ever find it in the wild for reasonable price, absolutely I'd love a collection of physical Silent Hill games. But my God, people are just ravenous for them. It's a little upsetting. I wish I was in that economy. I have no preferences when it comes to mushrooms. Sorry for the tangents. I'm sorry I keep talking about Silent Hill. Maybe we'll just have to play them. Do people want that? If I love a thing so much, do you want to see me play it and talk about it? You want to be stuck in here with me, chat? I have no preferences when it comes to mushrooms, by which I mean that I treat them all interchangeably. I prefer not to know their names or qualities before I cook them up and eat them. It's useless after all. They escape your erudition? Erudite. Hunger Games. Hunger Games? Was that Hunger Games? No, Divergent. Ha! I've read book. They escape your erudition, as the fella says. Erudition. That's a good mushroom hunting island, I guess. It's plenty damp, and they've got the cypress trees there to grow on. Of course, they're not indigenous, the cypress trees, I mean. They're colonizing trees. Everyone down here seems... That was a dark joke, I'm sorry. Everyone down here seems to agree that they were planted as some kind of a marker or memorial, and the joke just got even darker. Most people will tell you they've got a distant relation or acquaintance who helped dig a hole or water a seedling. But nobody remembers what it was all for, and nobody left a plaque or anything. It's a shame. Looks like it must have been a lot of work. At least we have the trees. And the mushrooms. Shannon helped me fix up a mushroom stew in the kitchen. Shannon and her friends set out in the dinghy to deliver a package at the telephone exchange. I'm down for a little Cooking Mama action. Yo, that's another real question. If I could somehow get a Wii stream setup, y'all want to play some Wii games? That's a real question. Do you know how many Wii games I was denied because of toxic masculinity? So many. I want to be the Cooking Mama. I've never played a Silent Hill game. I'm curious about all the lore. Oh, that'd be fun. I'll always advocate for playing it for yourself, but no, watch my shit all the time. I like listening to you talk about Silent Hill. I have no interest in the game myself, but hearing people speak about their interests is always fun. Yeah? Would you want to watch me play it and talk about it? Because, boy, I got a lot of takes. I got some good... I know everyone thinks their takes are good, but, like, this is stuff, like, I've sat on since I was, like, a small child. I got some... I won't say good, because you don't have to agree with me. Obviously. That's not how it works. Interesting. I would be surprised if people... if they bothered to click on a hypothetical video of my Silent Hill takes. I'd be amazed if people did at least find it somewhat interesting, because I got weird thoughts, man. I love that game. I was about to say the 2 that I've played 3. Act 4, Scene 7. And the music is a banger. Best video game soundtrack of all time. Donate if you want to disagree with me. I'll debate you right back. How about that? Pay to debate. Or pay me to not give my opinions. There we go. I'll shut the hell up for money. Buy my words. Buy my silence. That's real. Add a few of these really big caps with the slimy gills. I shouldn't say slimy. Moist. The lady in the video called for Portobello, but I prefer never to know a mushroom by name. Hi, I'm Steven! There you go. He learned, instead of inhabiting watermelons, he learned how to inhabit mushrooms. I got Steven Universe on the brain, gamers. There's also Steven Universe games to play one day. We've got stuff to play. We got stuff to do. We're stopping at a restaurant soon, right? So is this a breakfast stew? It will be, but not today. This stew is for tomorrow. It has to simmer. This guy, Will Gets Me. Will gets me. The stew's for tomorrow. It has to simmer all day. Some things are just better done slowly. We've added the anonymous mushrooms. So next we, Oh, thank you, Electroshocks. That would be, you're right. That would be a Bill's Choice stream. Every couple of months, I pick something that I know it won't be popular, and I beg everyone to watch. It's been like Lies of P, Bloodborne. Well, I feel like there was another recent one. My Resident Evil binge. That marathon was all... Well, that's not true. I was hoping to build up hype for the remake, for Resident Evil 4. I think Silent Hill would be the next Bill's Choice. Bill wants to play this. It's my turn. But yeah, I can't wait for it to get cold because A, I hate the heat. A, I hate the heat. B, slow cooker season, baby. Stews, chilies, and chowders, letting things just simmer and soak. Makes my apartment smell really good. It's nice to do for filming because, like, my kitchen counter is, like, right there. So when it gets, like, going, I can smell all the herbs and whatnot while I'm filming. Bread for dipping.
Bread consumption.
Bread in general. Maybe that'll be a stream. I'll just put up my slow cooker and we'll just hang out and wait for it to finish. Come soup with me. What's it? Get ready with me. Make soup with me. Soup of the day. Daily soup. That's it. I usually do 31 horror movies, one for every day in October. 31 soups.
That's a podcast idea.
Soup. Just soup. Don't spoil the surprise.
Oh, right.
Why would you do that? Which we still need to... We'll talk.
You can tell me again.
It's always red tape and politics with you content creators. And there's artists like me who speak truths and theorize literal virtual works of art, and it gets taken for granted. I'm the art pop of the animation world.
I'm a Star Wars soundtrack.
Oh my god. Shallow and what else?
Yeah.
'Cause Arizona sky. Oh no, the sad one. I like the sad one.
Yeah.
Does that Remember Us This Way?
Yeah. That's what you're singing.
Yeah. Man, it's weird knowing I have to go see Joker 2 because Lady Gaga being in a movie is what got me a YouTube channel.
It's unfortunate that I have to watch Joker.
Yeah, you've got to watch. I got to make you watch Joker 1 so we can see Lady Gaga in Joker 2. It's fine. It's not like Joaquin Phoenix walked away from a production and cost everyone a bunch of jobs. Anyway, he's filming on... Can I be a dick, chat? Is that allowed? Can I be rude? Can I be rude? I think I'll have to put that behind a paywall. Donate if you want me to be rude. I've got a Joaquin Phoenix hot take. Remember when everyone loved Joaquin Phoenix? I've got the recipe video on pause next door. It's my video about soup. Oh my god, I have to do it for the time loop. I used to follow a recipe I learned from Ida herself, the best cook you're gonna meet on this river. Of course, it had a few secret ingredients. She has the good sense to preserve some mystery around her cooking. Better for business. Ida's so shrewd. She swore... Oh, got it. I was like, she swore me. She swore me not only to secrecy, but to ignorance. I had to promise to forget the recipe just as soon as I'd cooked it. Let me tell you, it's not so easy to forget something on purpose. Caitlin, let's go. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $10 donation. One hot take, please. All right, soup's up. Ding. Are all of your videos done with actual film or digital? Because last I checked, physical film, like 8mm and such, that's really bad for the environment. Who's the earthling now? Thank you, good night. Or did you want a hot take about the fact that he was going to do a queer story and got cold feet at the last minute and destroyed a bunch of people's jobs and lost a bunch of people investment and money? He destroyed a small economy. I want to know why he got cold feet. I don't want to speak for somebody I don't know. It's easy to say things like he cares about animals and the environment because he's very open about that. But then he's not filming anything on digital. So he's an A-lister. He's an Oscar winner. He can make that choice. I know it gives everyone that lo-fi study to, sleep to vibe, but we can put that in artificially. I'm very team low cost, easier to work with for the people behind the scenes and good for the environment. Physical film is bad. Anyway, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal if you didn't go up on TV, and I have it on DVD. You can go get it. I watched Earthlings. I want to know what he had to say. I watched it. I have the DVD right over there. I'm looking at it right now. I will show the receipts. If he's going to take up my TV time using expletive language to describe what we do to animals, I feel like he should also care about the rest of the things in his industry that he can contribute to and enforce, use his platform and his name to do more environmentally friendly things. I feel like the same could be done for me. Robeson, thank you for the 5. Mic drop. I'm just a small little guy. There's things I advocate hard for, and I'd expect the same. I don't think criticism is valid when you care about something, but if I were to use that kind of language on TV, if you're going to use that word, a word I can't even say on YouTube without losing monetization, it's a crime word. I'd like you to also care about more things environmentally that actually have something to do with your industry. Say whatever you want about animals and cows and stuff, but hey, there's something in your industry that's also damaging the planet. Can you say something about that? Ida's so shrewd. She swore me not only... I like how we've gone to me getting upset when people are being rude to me just dropping hot takes. There you go. Will hot take for money. I don't know. Did that live up to the hype, Caitlin Robeson? Oh, dang. Yeah, it's okay to care about those things, but commit to it, especially when there's something in your industry that you can control. Any hoozle. Ed, look, I'm not going to judge some indie filmmaker person using actual, physical film. I'm sure that gets you into tons of festivals. It helps some people might, appreciate your work more. It might help you get seen a little more. It would be important to know how to edit, or work with physical film, the intricacies of it, whether you're filming or you're in post, in case someone offers you a job where you have to work with that stuff. If it's still happening, you got to learn it. This is for rich people, A-listers, prime people, Oscar-winning Christopher Nolan, asking people to make a pledge of allegiance to physical film. Fuck off, dude. It's so weird. But anyway. It's just a weird little thing. It's a weird little thing. And I saw Earthlings. I just always want that on record. I'm not shitting on him for being, pro fairness to animals. I'm pro fairness to animals. I'm not nothing. There's something in your industry you could be doing. And maybe he has, and I just don't know. Who knows? Maybe someone will show him this, and he'll be like, this guy's really fucking annoying. But he's right. Anyway, tell me more about the soup. I had to promise to forget the recipe just as soon as I'd cooked it. Let me tell you, it's not so easy to forget something on purpose, as you may think, my friend. Not so easy. Damn, now I'm hungry for soup. I appreciate the hot take. Well, thank you. It's hard to phrase it the way I want to, because also I don't want to discourage someone from caring about things. Because that's also something I don't agree with. If someone's like, hey, gay rights, it's like, oh, well, now I put you on this pedestal, and you better always know your shit all the time. But that level of it, with that kind of vernacular, it's like, okay, if you're going to be that big in your platform about it with that much reach and use the vocabulary you use, which I personally find offensive. Okay, you're trying to prove a point. What about the things in your industry? You know, because there's also, I hate having to look at it practically, but like there's a lot of nuances to that conversation that kind of get skipped over because of time, but also because of the language you're using. But yeah, I can learn the recipe. Fuck yeah. Um, sorry. I also don't get, like, he stepped away from a whole project and like it completely, so far anyway, like killed it.
5 days before filming.
5 days before filming, he backed out, and I haven't been able to find the reason why. I have been interested to know the reason why, because there's something to be said of like if he was like, oh, like this really should be going to a queer actor, if that was his mindset, cool. But now you've also put a bunch of people out of work. I'm a little too late, and but I also think we as a collective sometimes need to see projects with like casting we don't love. Sometimes we need to see the number of jobs, every name in the credits. That's someone paying their rent, you know, paying loans, child support, food for other people, healthcare for other people. Like it's an economy, you know. So that's me. That's the other side of the coin of don't yell at the actor because you didn't like the show or the movie, you know. Crushed tomato, salsa, or even a little ketchup. Here's the thing nobody has to know. Throw in some more of that spice blend we threw together earlier. Stir all that up and crack a beer, baby. You'll be here for a while. I made that really sinister. What did you just say to do? Will's trying to make the stew right now. What was the last step you did? She just said to add something red. Before she was talking about the type of mushroom. What was the last step he did? He put a couple mushrooms in. I think he forgot what he was doing for a little while. Maybe we can help him figure it out. I got kind of sucked into this program. This is what I get for going on hot take tangents. I've forgotten the recipe. Ooh. I thought that said kill. I'm like, no. And even that wasn't enough to convince her. So I trained rigorously in the art of forgetting, study for months under a master amnesiac. Finally, I learned to forget so quickly and accurately that I was able to convince Ida to share with me the most obscure secrets of her kitchen. As a demonstration of my trustworthiness, I forgot the names of my own parents right there in front of her. Every time I wanted to cook this legendary stew, I'd call Ida up on the telephone and ask her for a quick, temporary reminder. Here on the boat, we haven't got a phone line, so I had to seek out culinary wisdom on videotapes of cooking shows. So, back to the matter at hand. Next, aren't we stopping at a rest? Did you already make the spice blend? Oh, it's you. I thought... Never mind. Hello. Well, I don't know that it qualifies as a spice blend, but I spilled the salt in some of Kate's herbal tea here. Hey there, could I ask you... Wait, what are you cooking? We're stopping at Sam and Ida's in 20 minutes. It's for tomorrow. Oh, well, just don't forget about it this time. I'm not scrubbing up any more boiled over sludge. Sorry, listen, I have a favor to ask. There's a package for the telephone exchange, and I can't get the mammoth back. I can't get the mammoth back there. Could you deliver it for us? I was shaking my leg, and my charger cable was slapping against my little table, so I had to unplug it. Could you deliver it for us? That guy I mentioned from the TV station, Dashiell Morse, works there now. Thought you might like to chat with him anyway. Thanks a lot. I've got the dinghy all ready to go. Maybe take your friend with you? One of you can man the outboard motor, and the other can aim the flashlight. It's dark. Leave it to the Silent Hill gamer to know how to use a flashlight. Scene 8. I wonder if there's going to be another art piece moment. Because last chapter it was the concert. The chapter before that was the play. And I guess there was the museum thing before that. Does the phone count as the art piece? The real life scary recording that they repurposed for this, or like homaged it or something? I still couldn't find a correlation there. Now when you look up the number, all it gives you is like Kentucky Route Zero stuff, but it wasn't the number. I don't remember what the number was, but I was trying to find it, and all I found was the Kentucky Route Zero wiki, and I'm like, damn. Thanks again for your help. This is about as far as the tugboat can go. You know, noise and lights disturb the bats. So you'll pass through the bat sanctuary, which is really nice, by the way. Be sure to check out all the plaques and stuff for cool bat facts. Plenty of time. Anyway, the Echo River Central Exchange, or excuse me, Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. They changed the name of the power company, took over. Anyway, it's just on the other side of the bat sanctuary. This package is going to Poppy. She's an operator. The operator. I hardly. Meet you on the other side at Sam and Ida's for our scheduled early breakfast stop. Just follow the river. Can't miss it. Oh, I almost forgot. You may or may not be interested. There's this kind of weird memorial sculpture on your way in, just before the bat sanctuary. I always recommend people at least stop and take a look at it. It's really sort of... I don't know how to... You should check it out. Okay, bye! Damn. Just like that? Oh, no. Yeah, this is literally Silent Hill. Flashlights, boats. No. Oh, am I only doing the... No, I'm doing both. Can I go a little faster? Oh, I can zoom in. No. Ah. No. So I can't really control the boat that much? No, not at all. I think it was just moving the same direction as my joystick by coincidence. I was getting ready to do my little Silent Hill circles. That's disturbing. We claim these helmets in the name of the folk who wore them, and we place them here in their memory, but also as a spit in the greedy green eye of that power company who bought up our old mine and traded our brothers' and sisters' safety for a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women a little more yield, but only yielded 28 good men and women dead when the walls collapsed and the tunnels filled with water. And from the chat, their lungs were black, but now they're washed clean and full of water too, and swept through hidden tunnels into some awful cave we never will find. Hidden tunnels into some awful cave we never will find, and so we guess the water buried them for us. So the water buried them for us. So let this here be the marker for their grave. The lack of punctuation made that weirdly hard. Please show my streams in all English classes. And if any son of a bitch from that power company wants to take back these helmets as company property, just you try it and see what will happen. Hey, Eckelhorn. There's the mine we met in, where your folks worked. Looks like it's been here for a while. Sure as hell wouldn't mess with it. You think whoever wrote it is still that angry? I don't think you ever forget anger like that. No, I guess you probably don't. This probably stirs up... I mean, how do you... It's fine, I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened. Brings back anger for me too. The other miners made this, but it should have been the... maybe the company. I'm glad this is here. People should remember this happened. Well, here we are remembering, and I didn't even know it the first time around, but here I am remembering it now. That's a fine memorial, I guess. Jesus. Cool. Good to remember that my little rant about the economy of canceling an entire film production destroys people's livelihoods. It was on theme. Your boy's the king of themes. King of games, king of themes, master of holes. Master of holes, king of holes. Oh, God. I thought that would, like, glow in the dark. What? You're looking at me like I'm crazy. Haha. Just sometimes I forget I don't even really know you that well. You feeling okay? It's nothing. Sometimes I forget I don't even know you that well. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. You know, those guys from the distillery are just making the best of a bad situation, just like the rest of us. Hey, one of them said to me earlier they could even help me take care of these medical bills for my leg, you know? Get it all together on a plan. Can we stop him from doing this? Did I screw it up already? Get it consolidated? What? When did you talk to them about that? You can find her. Maybe Weaver can get you out of it. That sounds like a really bad idea. That sounds like a really bad idea. Oh, I don't know. They seem to have a lot of experience with this kind of stuff. They've got a whole process figured out. Anyway, I have a feeling it'll all work out. Even this delivery? Yeah, we're almost there, right? Hell, at this point, I bet we could just take off the parking brake and that truck would roll onto 5 Dogwood Drive by itself. You did not screw anything up. Because I'm a flawless king?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Thank you. That helps. I'm kind of under the impression that there's only one ending. I can't imagine this having multiple endings. That'd be cool, but like everything's been so subtle. Like there hasn't been like a big, save Bay or save Bay. You know? Listen, that old truck I've been driving belonged to my boss, Ira, Lizette's husband. To be honest, Ira didn't like me very much, but somehow Liz got it into her mind that he would have wanted me to have that truck someday. Maybe to make up for all the yelling he did. Or maybe so his ghost could hold it over me. Just one more thing to feel like I owed him for. Anyway, they got their own trucks at the distillery, and now that the antique shop is closing up, I've got no use for that old truck. I was thinking you could take it. I barely know you. It's very generous, but I don't need a truck. Sure, I could keep an eye on it for you until you get straightened out. I could keep an eye on it for you until you get straightened out. Sure. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, that's what we in the industry call a red flag. But I think we've got a reverse cars situation on our hands. Visitors to the Echo can... Is that Kentucky's full name, Kentuckiana? I don't know. Visitors to the Echo River, Kentuckiana, Black Bat, I almost said Black Belt. I didn't know Kentucky had a Black Belt. Kentuckiana Black Bat Artificial Hibernaculum and Sanctuary are asked to take extra precautions in order to prevent the introduction of foreign fungal contaminants and the spread of white nose syndrome. Please do not visit the sanctuary during the same day in which you visited any cave known or suspected to host bats infected with white nose syndrome. Please do not leave your vehicle. If you leave your vehicle, please remove shoes, clothes, jewelry, headwear, and eyeglasses to ensure you do not bring any foreign spores ashore with you. Please do not touch any bats or structures. Yo, chat, we get naked to see some bats? The Kentuckiana black bat is confused by light. If you are using a lantern or other artificial light source, be aware that it may attract and confuse bats. If you're approached by bats, do not panic. Relax, stop your vehicle, and switch off your light. Never touch a bat. Good advice. I went to a zoo once where they had like a perpetual nocturnal area for the bats. But like it was so well done that I couldn't see the glass at first because there wasn't any like real light to reflect off of it. Scared the shit out of me. I'm like, these bats are gonna come for me. Them bats. So should I keep the light off, or will I know when to turn it off? Bat fact. That's a bat fact. Ever talk with your mouth full? Bats do it all the time. Bats talk in extremely high frequency clicks. Too high for humans to hear. Ooh, I heard one. It was amazing. I won't lie. It was great once I saw the glass. I'm like, are they just going to make me walk through a room full of bats with fake cave things on the ceiling? It was cool. I love zoos and museums and aquariums and the like. Ideally, they're rescue ones, like Seattle Aquarium. Shout out to the Northwest, baby. I still have my aquarium octopus shirt. Bats talk at extremely high frequency clicks, too high for humans to hear. Then they use their powerful ears to scan for the echoes of these ultrasonic clicks by comparing very subtle differences in the time these echoes take time to come back. Differences are just millionths of a second. Really? Bats are able to picture their environment with enough accuracy to catch a flying insect. Once a bat has caught an insect in its mouth, it's still flying, and so it still needs to avoid running into anything, so bats keep clicking away even while they munch on a tasty bug snack. It may be poor table manners, but it's crucial for surviving in the dark. I wonder how the other bats know whether one of them is really talking or just chasing a bug. I think when they're actually communicating, it sounds more like singing. Sometimes it's hard to know. People, too. Singing. I think when they're actually communicating, it sounds more like singing. I'd like to hear that. So do I turn off my light? Or no? Was that set dressing, or... Look at my little doggy boy at the front. Chat, I'm scared. I don't want to hurt the bats. Your option, I think, kind of like the mine. Oh, okay. But I want to learn the bat facts. The Kentuckiana black belt's I did it again. The Kentuckiana black bat's natural diet mostly consists of moths and other small insects that breed along the river. Here at the artificial hibernaculum and sanctuary, we use a combination of chemical snares and ultrasonic wards to repel all potentially contaminant-bearing insects and replace them with our own locally bred and spawned hypoallergenic antiseptic pseudomoths, which we call the little grade nothing moth. I am the nothing moth. You may be thinking that the other moths and insects the Kentuckiana black belt would have been eating are very much relieved that their natural predator has found another food source. Not so. We've installed netting and highly effective moth traps. I love that board game. It's Moth Trap. Does Mousetrap still have a jingle? Does Mousetrap still have a commercial? Chat, do the kids know what Mousetrap is, or is it all Fortnite and TikToks now? You know what was the first Tic-Tac? Mousetrap.
Don't wake daddy.
Oh, and Don't Wake Daddy. That was the predecessor for prank channels. Changed my mind. Black Bat would have been eating... Not so. Yeah, we've installed netting and highly effective moth traps along the river where the Kentuckiana black bat normally hunts to balance their escape from the food chain. But eating moths isn't the only systemic contribution these bats make. They also produce a potent fertilizer in the form of guano that helps plant life thrive along the Echo River. the shore of Lake Leith. In order to minimize the sanctuary's impact on subterranean agriculture, we collect that precious guano here at the Hibernaculum and manually distribute throughout the caves. It's a full-time job. Sounds like a lot of work. They eat fake moths? I wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that. It's all fake. Except for the bats. I wonder how the bats would feel about their guano being taken like that. Haha. Maybe it's better they don't know. Like bat plumbing. I mean, I never think about where it goes. Do you? Right. It is reassuring to know someone's taking care of everything for those little bats. Kind of bothers me. Like they're tricking the bats. Don't overthink it, guys. It seems like it's pretty balanced. I hope. The guano is used in the whiskey. I'm like, what would destroy this conversation the most if we like found a way to use guano for something else? It is reassuring that someone's taking care of everything for these little bats. Bothers me, like they're tricking the bats. Yeah, in this case, I think it's about survival. I mean, if that's the bottom line, what's the difference? Like the folks in the mine, you said they used to buy stuff, fans, canaries, all those little trinkets to make it bearable. There's a lot of stuff down there. It feels cluttered, but human. I mean, all people need is enough to pretend we're home and we can make it anywhere. You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Did anyone ever tell you that? Sure, people can, but what about bats? You get kind of philosophical when you're drinking. Anyone ever tell you that? Yeah, I guess I do. Nah, this is nothing. I used to have this drinking buddy who would get loaded and tell the weirdest damn riddles, like, which is more musical, a truck passing by a factory or a truck passing by a music school? Huh. Count your blessings. What? Ooh, trippy tree. Wait, why was there an abandoned umbrella? Should I be turning off the flashlight for the bats or no? Was that just set dressing or gameplay? I still don't feel like I have a good handle on that. No one asks me if I know any bat facts. That's a bad fact. Oh. I was doing over the garden wall. White nose syndrome is still largely a mystery. We suspect that the white fungal growth which appears on bats' faces and wings irritates and confuses them, causing them to awaken early from hibernation and venture outside, depleting stored energy they need to survive through winter. But biologists are nowhere near curing the disease. It spreads quickly and it is highly fatal. In this way, white nose syndrome. I almost said white nose supernova, and I'm like, oh, the new Chaperone song. It's the sequel to Red Wine. White nose syndrome has drawn some comparisons to colony collapse disorder as suffered by bees. White nose syndrome and colony collapse disorder are sudden, violent, and mysterious. Will honeybees and the Kentuckiana Will honeybees and the Kentuckiana blackbat be two more lost species wiped out in a geological blink and forgotten to natural history? It's possible that a cure won't be identified in time, so the sanctity of the artificial hibernaculum is our best hope for preserving them. As you leave the Echo River Kentuckiana blackbat hibernaculum and sanctuary, please make sure your vehicle and clothing are free of hitchhikers. That's cute. They used to say that at the butterfly room. Science Center. Love the butterfly room. Yo, can these two skeletons leave us be? I don't trust you, Phyllis. You work for the man. And I stick it to the man. TM. Try turning it off when you feel like it. And you're just gonna leave me after saying that? What about my watch time? My watch time! My average view duration needs to be at least 20 minutes. Can you do it, chat? Can you hang out with me for at least 45 minutes? Well, you guys, real ones, have to stick around for at least 45 minutes to offset the people who fail to hit that average. As you should. You could just play my shit all day. How long would it take to get through? I feel like my Baldur's Gate playlist would go the whole day. So if you're ever like out doing stuff and you want like the TV on so it sounds like someone's there, it's just footage of a guy talking. So that playlist is actually the perfect I want people to think I'm home noise machine. Oh, that's so dope. The game art direction, how that appeared, not the existence of this tunnel. You get it. Okay, I turned off the light. I'm not afraid of the dark, I'm afraid of what's in the dark that I cannot see, cause it's so dang dark, so dang dark, so dang dark, so dang dark. There could be two fractions in the dark, and they need to be added together, but I don't remember how to add fractions, and I don't have a calculator. There are fucking desks, and wow, there's like a legitimate office in here. That's so upsetting. And a child? Can someone help this child? Oh, look at Robeson flexing about having a downstairs. Would be nice if I had a downstairs. Maybe one day, chat. Oh, hi. I remember you. What are you doing here? I'm just exploring. I like dark underground places. I'm a Is it romantic? Yeah, I'm not here to judge. I'm a romantic. Really? What does that mean to you? It means I like poems and rivers and mysteries. Okay, bye. Careful up there. Can't drive your new truck if you slip and break your legs. You too. Try not to make any more bad deals while I'm gone. Haha. I'll be floating along down here. I just mean keep your eyes open. Don't look back. Gripping your pillow tight. Could be bypassed with another capacitor. I hardly at 100 nanofarads to reduce noise. Are you Dashiell Morse? Him? I mean me? Yes, I'm him. Sorry. I've been hacking on this... I'm sorry. God, I lost it. Fuck. Sorry. I've been hacking on this thing all night. And my dots are starting to come in alternating currents. What the hell? We don't install this type of phone for customers anymore, but there are quite a few of them still in circulation. Anyway, the new system doesn't source enough current to ring these old bells. Like, subscribe, comment, donate, become a member. Ring that bell, gamers. So I'm trying to come up with a workaround. Maybe a little box the customer could attach right before the wall jack. So I'm a bit of a circuit geek myself. So you do still work here on the tugboat? They weren't really sure. I'm a bit of a circuit geek myself. I'm something of a circuit geek myself. I bet. I mean, you seem very comfortable with electronics. Is this your first time down here? Yeah, I can tell. Sorry. Your eyes can't quite adjust to the light. It takes some practice. Believe it or not, I've been coming here since I was a kid. For one reason or the next, back then this place was a train station, it's true. They had bats then too, but they were considered a nuisance. What did you come here for as a kid? I usually came here with my grandmother. We took the train out to the town she lived in, Silent Hill, or in the other direction, back to my parents' homes. That's the Silent Hill for. In my shattered memories, I see that town. In my restless dreams, I see that town. In my memories, it was always cold. Winter, I guess. Sometimes now I walk along the tunnel, run my hand along these wet stone walls, and close my eyes, rigging footsteps in the drip drip of the grimy stalactites. Well, the river shifted and this place slowly filled with water, carrying the trains away with the current. It does that, the river, and I don't begrudge it. It's a good reminder that everything we have is borrowed, even trains. Everything stays. Eventually, someone at the Bureau of Reclaimed Spaces heard this place was still empty, so they moved the phone company in here. I returned here as a young lineman, a skill I picked up in wartime, running telephone wires behind enemy lines. We used trees instead of poles. I missed that, actually. They were easier to climb. It's just as well. I'm in no shape to be climbing anything these days. The closet I get is patching up the wiring. The closest I get is patching up the wiring in the crystal room for the WEVP folks. WEVP is the TV station, right? Kate says you're the only one who could tell me where it is. Oh, maybe they should print some maps. It's not really supposed to be a secret, but it's not common knowledge either. That must be why they're always short-staffed, huh? Huh? Listen, miss, if you're interested in WEVP, you should go talk to them directly. They're always looking for volunteers. Take the ferry over to the silo. There's a mail stop there. They don't have a sign or anything. Just ask around. Ugh. God, I'm going too slow. My breathing's bad. I guess I'll get back to this damn old ringer. Poppy's just a little further down if you're dropping off that package. Nice chatting with you. It's a big old bird. Abel and Eloise, the lovers' couriers. Bred for racing, Abel and Eloise spent most of their lives as carrier pigeons in the employ of the Echo River Avian Post. They retired here after Abel was disfigured in an accident with a light aircraft, but old habits were hard to die. Abel and Eloise would pick up scraps of paper from the ground, the trash, even pull them out of pockets and deliver them to other people. My heart. To delight or embarrassment. Always delight. Word spread, and travelers passing through this tunnel began to come prepared with love letters, poems, and other written desires to pass along indirectly through these pigeons. After a hard day's work, Abel and Eloise would always be found nestled closely together in a disused newspaper stand set aside for their habitation. That's where we left them. Are they dead? Do we give an F in chat? F in chat? They made statues out of them, Balto style, so. Just set it over there by the lamp, sweetie. Thanks. Actually, just a minute. Who does that parcel claim to be from? Consolidating Power Company, Laszlo Electronics. That's weird. There's no label on it. Consolidated Power Company. Oh dear, I'm afraid to open it. So who are you? Do you work for the post office or the tugboat? I only asked because I haven't seen you before. Was that you I heard chatting down the hall? Yeah, I just met Dashiel. I'm just doing Kate a favor dropping off this package. Kate! I love Kate. She helped deliver both my nieces. They were in boxes. One in a hospital and one at the base of a mossy moonlit oak. It was beautiful. I love Kate. I think Loretta's granddaughter used her too. Oh, Loretta used to work here. Actually, I think quite a few of our former operators have relied at some point on Kate's services. Well, now I guess they'll have more time with their little ones. As you can see, all their chairs are empty. There's empty chairs at these empty tables. It wasn't always like this. When I came to work at the Echo River Central Exchange, there were 12 of us: Loretta, Edna, Meg, Cara, Marie, Lois, Liz, Hester, Angie, Wilma, Connie. Connie, I was never 12. I was number 12. I was never 12. I skipped a year. I was number 12. Connie and I were hired on the same day, but she showed up early. Marie finished college and Hester was fired for snapping at a rude caller, but he had it coming, and I hear she did just fine on her own. So they hired Beryl, Chana, and Sachiko. Sachiko? Hope I said that right. Am I okay? Come on, baby. Which brought us up to 13. Now, as many operators as we ever had here at one time. The power company came along, buying up all the lines, and one day they took the exchange as a throw-in, like it was nothing. Nothing. They started phasing us out. Edna, Meg, Cara, and Lois left one Friday evening and were asked not to come back on Monday morning. Beryl saw the writing on the wall and quickly found employment at a private PBX. They had Jana and Liz stop routing calls and write up some kind of best practices document instead. It was their final task as exchange employees, damn. Some of the girls were reassigned to other divisions. Connie, I think, was checking residential meters. Sachiko and Wilma were moved into energy sales, cold calling businesses to see if they needed to upgrade their electricity plan. At least they were still on the phone. Then it was just Loretta, Angie, and me. We were swamped. The hours were hell and hard on the throat. The voice with a smile became a croak. I was gargling warm salt water in the break room, sipping from a thermos full of hot honey broth stashed under my chair. Oh, I brought a lot of extended technique. I brought a lot of extended technique to the switchboard in those days. That was loud. Sounded pretty good to me. I'm impressed. He's got the voltage too high. I'll burn out the relay. So, where was I? Hot honey broth and warm salt water. Extended switchboard technique. It was all about timing your breath. Some girl got lightheaded doing too many calls in a row with that upbeat dynamic inflection that they made us the inflection they made us use to keep everything intelligible. It was very physical. So after a few months, it was just me. A new automation strategy was announced, and this place was rechristened Consolidated Auxiliary Switch number 30. Are you lonely? This is getting a little too real. Support the strikes and negotiations going on right now. Let's not let AI become a replacement. Sure, this place feels different when it's empty, cold to the touch. You know, it really is all about touch here. Sound is a vibration, a touch you feel in your ears, so my voice is my touch. When we're talking, we're touching, even on the phone. That's an electric touch, an intimate little shock that makes your tiny hairs tremble. But that's not even what I mean when I say it's all about touch here. We all need it, the human touch. When the power company first tried automating this old exchange with fancy new transistor arrays, the switchboard caught fire. It was just too much, too fast. So they tried using some clunky old mechanical relays, but then the calls were getting mismatched and out of sync. It was a nightmare. Their technicians determined that the phone system down here had been designed ad hoc over decades around the specific tempo of its human operators. So, short of replacing the whole thing, not to mention all the wiring, they'd have to work out the exact timing of every little human gesture that goes into routing a phone call. And that officially is my role here. I run the switchboard for the whole exchange. Once the work of 12, I'd like to remind you, they have some kind of machine somewhere that tracks how long it takes me to do each little thing. The caller never hears my voice now. They dial, my little indicator light switches on, and I make the connection. That's frightening. Do you miss talking to callers? You know, there's something that bothers me about the process, besides the fact that I'm training my replacement, who isn't even human. Here's what I mean. How long do you think it would take to time my every move and recreate that timing in an automated switchboard? Rough estimate. Maybe a week? That's what I said, but this has been going on for over a year, and a very dark thought has started to nag at me. What if there is no cheap machine that's going to replace me? What if it's cheaper to just keep me here, filling in for the rhythm of the operators? What if I'm the cheap machine? Won't lie, I feel that, especially when I was a waiter. Like, I feel that. And then when I was doing, for just under 2 years, I worked in an office. Um, and I was in charge of I was part of a scheduling team. And every time someone would do something stupid or screw up, I'm like, and that's why they can't replace us with an automated system, is because nobody puts in their availability appropriately, or they do things on their own and then call and say, just build it for me from like build the appointment for me from scratch in the computer or whatever. And it's like human error is what keeps my job going, as annoying as it is. Human error is what keeps that job going. Restaurants, it was the same thing. I'm like, can you imagine there's just a path and they drop out the dish? Like, absolutely not. Like, it would fall, go to the wrong place, hurt people. People would trip over it. People would break it. But that hits. What if I'm the cheap machine? Why don't you just quit? In this economy? No, you're probably right. Working in silence for peanut shells, waiting to be replaced by a robot. It doesn't sound very dignified, does it? The reality is that I've been working here for my whole adult life. I came here as a girl, and I'll leave as a middle-aged woman. I don't know if I'm ready to be her yet. Oh, the parcel. Right over there by the lamp is fine. Thanks for dropping it off. Take care. Think of me when you dial 0. Good way to bring that all back together. Fuck, that was cold. I like that a lot. Is that my dog with a hat? Skull. What did the skull do? No, what were the two symbols? There was a glitch there. Oh no. Oh no. Did something bad happen, or did it just skip something? Did something bad happen? Or the contrast was off? Maybe. I didn't see, was I supposed to see something in there? She returned to the dinghy alone. She had a strong and sudden urge to shut the motor off and let the current take her, but she couldn't work out where the impulse came from, so she did her best to resist it. She met a family of 5 on a flat-bottomed skiff. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. She met a flower salesman on a raft. She met a painter of shipwrecks. The 2 Skelly boys went by in their boat. Oh, okay. No, I didn't see that at all. She met a painter of shipwrecks. He never worked from photographs, so his paintings could be divided into 2 categories. There were the ones he painted from life, and the Echo River was a very good source for these because its currents were so unpredictable and the tunnel so dark. He rendered these in oil paint by lamplight, working for hours cross-legged on the porch of his houseboat/studio. Then there were the ones he painted from memory, mostly the memory of a single wreck he encountered as a much younger man, picking up litter where the coastal highway cleaves to the rocky beaches of Northern California. These were done in watercolor. He preferred to work on them in the morning in a room he rented near the airport in Louisville. He had some postcard-sized sketches in charcoal, too, of the Iron Pariah. It wasn't a wreck exactly, but it felt right. He tried to scribble one down every time he encountered it. Though it was just so unpredictable and he was so focused on details, he usually just ended up with a handful of inscrutable marks. Oh, we're just going through them. Okay. She met a family of 5 on a flat bottom skiff. The boat was loaded to capacity with black plastic bags and a few larger pieces of furniture wrapped in a blue tarp. 3 pedaled, the 2 adults and the other child. The two younger children slept. They'd been traveling all night, first by car, and then for the last few hours by boat. Hungry and tired, they didn't plan to stop until they reached West Virginia. Take Me Home, Country Road. I love anime. Where a relative had offered to take them in. But the adults were happy to take the break from pedaling in weary silence. They asked her about her river's journey. She said she was on her way to Salmonitis. They brought some food. The kids had picked the garden clean earlier in the day, so they'd been snacking on fresh bell peppers and tomatoes and some crackers, rationed carefully for the trip. They wished her well and paddled on towards West Virginia. Take me home, 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 take me home. She met a guitar player pedaling a floating bicycle with his dog in tow. He said they took turns. The water was cold and the floating bicycle, while technically marvelous, wasn't quite buoyant enough for the both of them. Swimming is hard work, the hardest work the dog had ever done, he expected. They had been traveling this way for most of the night, struggling through the icy water, stopping to recover when they could find a rock large enough to start a small campfire. He had his belongings stuffed into a weathered guitar case at the end of a thin rope. It floated pretty well, so we only had to keep an eye on it and occasionally free it from a rock or some driftwood if it was caught on. She asked if he had a guitar in his case or just clothes. He would have played her something, but the case leaked a bit, and he didn't think it would sound right until it had time to dry out. She gave in, shut off the motor, and floated for a while. Then she knew what she'd be craving, a moment of silence. Wait. The 2 Scaly Boys went by with a 3rd Scaly Boy, and she returned to the dinghy alone, so Conway's just gone? That's what it didn't show me? I thought it was weird that no one else was involved, but I figured like we were in a different boat. Are you kidding me? It didn't show me Conway leaving with the Skelly Boys? So he's a Skelly Boy like all the way. We literally told him don't make any more stupid deals. That's what I missed. So Conway's just gone. That's what I missed. I would have liked to have seen that and felt that, but thank you for telling me, Robeson. I thought it was just like a cool story or like things that she saw while Conway slept or stuck her on boat. What about Hank or Homer? Sorry. That's a huge bummer. Worst time for the game to glitch. Agreed. That's really disappointing. Especially because this is the PS5 version. So I should have been seeing that in 3D with my sensitive triggers. And smelling it in 5D. So are we doing the delivery for him then? Like he completely gave up, or he was like called away for his debts to be repaid? He had debts that no honest man could pay? Where's the dog? Where's my boy? Just in time. We've already finished eating, but we're about to place a to-go order for Clara. She's back on board, getting ready for her show. Take a look at the menu. I'm sure there's something you'll like. Ida's a bit of a local celebrity for her cooking. I mean, hey Ezra, hey Ezra was just talking about you. He's around the corner playing a video game. Maybe go let him know you two are back. Where's the old man anyway? And where's the dog? Did Homer go with?
Yeah.
You just know that, or is that just what you're assuming? How do you know? You can't read.
Good point. Intention, I guess. Or intuition.
Intention. That really does suck that didn't show me that. There was like nothing in there, right? Like I wasn't nuts. That really sucks. Bad luck. You'll get it next time. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. So the scene had Homer on the opposite shore at the exchange looking at the Skellies as they left. We left Homer behind? Why didn't I get to see any of that? I feel like that's a pretty big moment in the story. And it just showed me darkness and visiting me. All that I see. Absolute horror. I cannot live. I cannot die. You're thinking the second part. Landmines, take it by speech, take it by hair, take it by sight, take it by hair, and take it by arms, take it by legs, take it by soul. Left me with nothing but hell. So the scene had Homer on the opposite side of the shore at the exchange looking at the Skellies as they left. That fucking sucks. I didn't get to see any of that. Man. It would be almost cool if we didn't have those random stories in between, if it just cut to us showing up and it's like, hey, where'd he go? And that's when we realize it. That'd be really cool. But man, that sucks. I want my money back. Where's Homer? He's on the cover. He's on my thumbnail. Hey, got a quarter? He's almost got this. It's true. Sure, I have 1 quarter. Thank you. So, where's... They took him. Damn, yeah, he really got himself in a situation there. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit down. So wait, we left Homer just to chill? The food is good here. I think everyone else is finishing up. But you could probably get something to go. All right, Claw Maestro, let's give it another shot. So let's see what's on the top of the pile here. There's a stuffed octopus, dibs, a plastic bag full of clamshells, a cowboy hat, and some big headphones. That octopus has a leg wrap around the boombox underneath it. The shells are pretty clear, but I don't know if the claw can really grip that bag well. The cowboy hat is in the corner, so it's kind of tricky to tell if it's wedged in or not. Those headphones might be a good bet, but I can't see the cord. It could be wrapped around something. It doesn't matter, does it? Nothing I do matters. I want the octopus. Wow, all right, I admire your confidence. Okay, when I put this cord in, you'll have about 8 seconds to grab your prize. You don't remember where Homer is? Okay. That better not be where we leave Homer, though. The octopus is square in the middle. Let me know if you need some help lining it up. I've got a slightly different view of the field from up here. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. And now you're finally here, performing for you. If you know the... Oh, shit. Right. Right? Front right corner of the machine. Up. The claw hovers halfway along the right wall of the machine. Left. Center of the machine. Pulls the joystick down. Drop the claw. It grabs the octopus. The octopus is attached too securely to the plastic boombox beneath it. It slips from the claw's grasp. Life's a dirty game. Thought I was going to get to add an octopus plush to my collection. My parade of plushies. No good. I had a feeling that octopus was a little too comfortable in there. Hey, listen. It sounds like that old man you were following around. Guess he had to leave. Is he coming back? Well, probably not. He's got himself on a trajectory, you know? Anyway, I don't know what kind of plans you have now, but if you need help figuring out your next move, you can always talk to me and Miss Junebug. Just want to make sure you knew that. That hit. Could I keep going with you? Hey, I've got no objection. We have a pretty ad hoc thing going on, me and Junebug. I'd have to talk to her, but I bet you're welcome to tag along for a while if you're into it. Hey, maybe we still have some time to poke around this place a little. They have some pretty wild stuff in here. Hey, you see this? They keep a table full of fake food over here. I've never known why. Actually, I think it might be real food coated with shellac or something. Preserved. Oh, and look, this tentacle-looking thing is half-eaten. This is someone's meal they didn't finish. I dare you to take a bite. You first. Okay. Whoa, hold on. I'm just kidding. If Sam and Ida preserved this half-eaten meal, it must have been pretty important to them, right? Maybe it belonged to someone they care about, like a beloved uncle, or a beloved uncle had a mid-meal stroke, so they kept it in his memory. Yeah, like these sunflower seeds my folks left behind. No, he's gonna keep the seeds. I'm sure your folks are fine, though. Are you worried about them? Yeah, it's weird that they just disappeared. Yeah, listen, that's okay to be worried. You're doing fine. At least someone's looking out for this kid. I feel like Shannon would have, too. Weird. Somehow I thought it was his truck. Delivery and all. It was. That's what she's saying. But he gave it to her before they took him away. But you're going to deliver it anyway? Why? He's my friend. He needs my help to finish his job. That's right. He's our friend, too. Johnny and I will help you unload when we get there. Lift with your legs, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. The fun voices aren't very fun anymore. So, how was everything? How was the sweet cave snail? Devastating. You're a killer, Ida. Well, I can't take all the credit. Sam came across a whole cave snail colony down there about a year back, and we've been leaving rock candy for them to gorge on since. We just started harvesting earlier this month. Yes, it's all about patience down here. Everything grows more slowly in the dark. There's a fish in Lake Leith that lives to 200 years, and its flavor profile only develops at about 75. Got plenty of bones in there that's been stewing for at least a week. I don't even remember why I put them on. Come to think of it, I don't even remember what kind of bones they are. Oh, we need one for the road. Clara said she wanted something primordial, she said. What does that mean? She must have meant something simple. She must have meant something old-fashioned. I think she meant something from very deep in the lake. I guess old-fashioned? Seafood hype, yeah. The seafood of hell. Could be. Here, you pick. I'm no good at this. Oh, I guess primordial. I forgot. Like Kentucky, I feel like it's a little north for this thought, but then I was thinking maybe like catfish or something. You like catfish? I've only had catfish a couple times. And they weren't at like the craziest places on either. It was like middling. Like it wasn't like a cool, cheap fry stand where it's like, oh, they know what's up. But also wasn't a super fancy place where it's like, oh, you know what's up. In a different direction. You know what I mean?
I had one hand caught, freshly made that day.
Oh, that sounds great. That's how I got introduced to like salmon and snapper and freshly caught's always the way to go. Sorry. I was thinking about my grandpa. Uh, I got, I would, he would never get like mad at me, but like I would eat a disappointingly disproportional amount of seafood. Like I'd get in trouble for eating all the shrimp, uh, and like if you had like snapper or salmon, I'd have like too much of it, and they'd be worried I was gonna get a stomach ache. Um, every time there's even now there's like wild seafood in front of me, and I'm allowed to help myself. That's a dangerous word. Um, but yeah, especially when you go get it himself. It was always delicious. I miss him a lot. I'm wearing my Good Day shirt today. This was I guess it's called Ola. There's a Mexican restaurant in Camp Sherman. If you ever are camping in Eastern Oregon out on the Metolius, there's a Mexican restaurant there. And the waiter was super cool, and the food was super good. And it was the only day all three, me, my mom, and my grandma, all laughed and had a good time. We each, all together or one at a time, or sometimes two at a time, would be pretty miserable on that trip, that pilgrimage. I don't want to call it a trip. That was not too far from where we scattered my grandpa's ashes. Yeah, that was like the one time like all three of us were having a good time. And I asked him, I'm like, how much for a shirt here? Like, I just want to remember this place. So I got a shirt. Sorry, anyway. Balsamic carrot, old cave fish with small salad and scallop. Blind prawn cakes with cranberry butter sauce. Ooh. Shrimp cakes sound dope. So does cranberry butter sauce. My papa, my cousin's husband will fish in Papa's pond. Papa's pond. That sounds like an Animal Crossing location. And make dinner of whatever they catch. That's always a good time. That's always a good time. And there's something, I mean, like, I get it. Like, we live in a more modern world. Like, I want all the animals to be treated fairly, and I don't want them pumped full of stuff, right? But in a way, we have so many people, and accessibility is so limited, and we go inside buildings to go do jobs so we can get money. Like, there's several middlemen between us and food these days, right? But there's something about, like, you know, catching it yourself, getting it yourself, especially like fishing and stuff. It's very satisfying. It's always delicious if you're with someone smart. Sorry. Weird thoughts. So I'm not like pro hunting, but I'm like pro the concept, you know? But yeah, I miss fishing with my grandpa, and man, even if it was frozen grocery store shit, like he always knew how to make things just taste fantastic. I just miss him a lot. Whew. And like, this isn't a complaint because I'm happy to do it. I haven't had McDonald's in a very long time because, you know, there's a couple of boycotts, we'll say. There's a handful. Happy to do it. I don't need McDonald's. It does suck a little bit because easiest childhood memory sensory thing for me. Not sponsored. Fuck McDonald's. My grandpa would get me a fillet of fish at McDonald's every once in a while, or when he was teaching me like ride a bike and stuff. If I did a good job and I kept at it, I didn't give up, he'd take me to McDonald's for a fillet of fish. So sometimes when I miss him, I'll get a fillet of fish sandwich. And I haven't had one in a long time. Cause fuck him. And that's like the closest to like a fast food. Oh no, like Chick-fil-A isn't that good. Fuck them. Don't trust a place that's that big that's closed on Sundays. That weird interval of time where it's like, no, Chick-fil-A's nice and not homophobic. I'm like, nope, they're still closed on Sundays. I don't trust that shit. We live in a society. What do you mean a national fast food chain is closed on Sundays? And sure enough, they're still awful. and supporting awful things. So that's not really a sacrifice there for me. Filet of fish is, though. That sucks. And it's not even a, oh, I love filet of fish or, oh, I crave McDonald's food. It's just, it's the easiest accessible sensory memory when I'm like really missing my grandpa. It's just so weird. And it's also weird too. Like he was such a great like fisherman and chef, and he loved filet of fish. You'd think he'd be like, what is this peasant slop? But nothing was beneath him, in that regard. But like, I'm sure it wasn't his favorite thing, but he'd get them all the time for as long as he was allowed to. I never asked him about that. Maybe my grandma would know. I think he would have really liked this, by the way. My grandpa knew what's up. Have I told that story? When I like had his phone and he kept getting like email notifications, because like people kept calling like his cell phone, like, solicitors or whatever the hell, or like doctor's appointments and stuff, and it was making my grandma cry. So I just had his phone in my pocket. And whenever it would go off, like it gave me the illusion of control to be like, no, he will never come to the phone again. Click. Like it gave me an outlet for my feelings, I think. But he also would get like email push notifications on his phone, and they were like from the Bernie Sanders campaign, thanking him for his monthly gift, and I was like, fuck yeah, grandpa. Like reminder to register to vote. Double check to make sure you're registered to vote. Register, double check. Do your research. Be informed. You're not saving anybody's life by abstaining from voting. That is 100% a fact. Do your research. Not your TikTok research, or your YouTube research, your Twitter research, your Tumblr research. Do your research. And I know that's a pain in the ass this day and age. I know that's a pain in the ass. But you are not advocating for or helping anyone by abstaining from voting if you can vote. So filet of fish, the ratatouille of fast food. Yeah, I think I need to watch that movie one day. I watched it once when it came out in theaters, and I was really bummed because I remember the beginning where it's like he eats like a piece of cheese or a piece of fruit, and you hear music and you see a visual cue, and then he eats another thing and it's a different color and a different pattern and it's a different genre of music, and then he eats them together and it like creates like a fusion of the shapes and the music. I thought that was going to be more present in the movie, and I was really pissed that it wasn't. That's the biggest thing I remember. That and how silly it is towards the end. That and if I don't like what's in my mouth, I don't swallow. And I went, just like my ex-wife, a little too loud, and my mom heard me, and she did not like that joke. Bill. Sorry, we keep getting distracted today. Blind prawn cakes with cranberry butter sauce. Good choice. Your friend will love it. I'll have that right out, sweetie. Ezra leans over the table and carefully examines the preserved food and drink. He prods a half-eaten tentacle. He gently compresses a pea-sized eyeball on a plate. Finger along a grayish claw. I feel like that's the least invasive. The surface of the claw is completely smooth. And that was the small one. They're asymmetrical. Sorry, I startled you, sweetie. Whose food is this? This is the diver's table. Then this was the diver's meal. This food is about 15 years old. It's true. Things were different then. Nobody came to eat here. We were fighting just to keep the lights on. Sam, my husband Sam, was depressed. He couldn't catch anything, but that was part of the problem. Most of what we served was shipped in frozen or dried, I just threw it in the fryer. We've both come a long way since then. Well, two young men came in for dinner, seasoned divers, they said. Over 10,000 hours between them and Lake Leith alone. They'd been out all day salvaging parts from a riverboat wreck and had worked up a fierce hunger, they said. They ordered the whole menu without even looking. It was a short menu in those days. I sat them right here and went back to the kitchen. Sam was at the next table doing a Sudoku and drinking malt liquor, his usual routine at the time. An hour later, I was cleaning up when Sam came bursting into the kitchen. Ida, he said, kind of frantic, those divers are still hungry. Bring them another course. And I said, they already ordered the whole menu. Sam said, make something new. Keep making up dishes, whatever. Just keep bringing out food. So I did until the small hours of the morning. I made up so many new dishes that night, I could write a book. And it was good. Inspired. But I was working so hot and fast at the burning edge of inspiration, I didn't think to write any of it down. I was so wrecked with exhaustion the next day, I knew I couldn't remember what all I'd done in the kitchen. Sam thought we could take a photograph of the leftovers, but we couldn't get the lighting right, so we just shellacked the whole table, and now when I need inspiration for the menu, I come and look here and think about all those ingenious dishes I threw together for those divers. Of course, they didn't pay their full bill. I heard one of them complaining to the other, let's just pay half and let them charge the other half to whatever demon in the kitchen kept making up food faster than we could ask for it. But it all worked out. Things have really turned around since then. This place is actually pretty popular now. The success and our expanded menu inspired Sam, too. He started bringing back the most magnificent ingredients from his nightly dives. For the record, this is what I thought my grandparents did. I thought my grandpa was a professional fisherman because they told me he was a fisherman when I was really little, because I think that was easier to say to a child than geological building inspector. And I never asked again the details of his job until I was much older. But I thought Grandpa was a fisherman, and they just ate the fish he caught. This is what I thought my grandparents did. My grandma worked in real estate. Like, I don't know where I got these ideas. I think it's just all the seafood I'd have when I'd live at their house. I better get to work. Stay right there, sweetie. I'll bring you a treat on my way back out. On my way back out. That was weird. That's sweet. I mean, screw those guys for not paying their full tab, but I like that story. Well, buddy, guess you're the catch of the day and the one and only. So what are you? You look like, well, some kind of eel, I guess. Kind of lonely little guy, huh? Yeah, I could see it in your eyes. You smell like an old friend of mine. Skin feels cold, colder than the water. Think I'll call you Silent Hill Eel. Silent Black Eel. Welcome to Sam and Ida's. The one and only silent black eel. Hope you enjoy your stay. I mean, not too much. You ever seen a creature like this before? You were pretty far down there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the first, except there were two divers who went before me long ago. Maybe that was before your time. How old are you anyway, I wonder? They ate here once, back in the bad old days. Two young guys. I could have been brothers, maybe. I was over in the corner with my coffee and crossword. I hadn't been able to catch a thing, so I had just fired up something frozen. Well, these guys were hungry enough to eat it and asked for more, and they did at least as much talking as eating. See, like I said, they were divers, and like I said, they may have been brothers. They kind of had like a rivalry going between them or something. Ida was about to write up their check, but I slipped calmly and quietly into the kitchen for a moment and told her to just keep bringing out food. I figured they wouldn't notice, caught up in their boasting as they were, and I wanted to listen. They went back and forth for hours about all the deep and dangerous dives they'd been on, new tunnels they discovered, all the weird creatures they'd encountered. At the weirdest depths of Lake Leith, it was like a dance. Oh, God. It was like a dance, no, like a boxing match. Each story went deeper than the last, and I listened to every word of it, memorized every description of each tunnel and diving route they discovered. That's my map now. You see, for 15 years I've been using routes those two young divers discussed right there at that table. Now, I could write a guidebook to the depths of this lake, but I don't dare. Someone would steal my good diving spots, then where would I be? See, people come here from all over just to try our daily catch because they know it's unique. Ain't you proud? Oh, it's upsetting Dave the Diver. Let's go.
Yeah.
Since I can't write any of it down, I just preserved that table where they had their meal so I could look at it to jog my memory. They were eating pickled crab and they talked about that shipwreck full of salamanders. Pretty clever, huh? It's my own secret code. Well, good thing I didn't fuck with it too much. Well, I'll be straight with you, silent black eel. There's one feature of this arrangement that I find unsettling. In fact, I lose a decent amount of sleep over it. It says kill me in peas in the corner here. I told you these boys were competing, right? One-upping each other, I mean. Each getting wilder and more adventurous as they traded tales. Well, I navigate mostly in the dark down there, just going by touch and kind of mental picture I can construct from their detailed, almost said breasts, boasts. Each time I explore a new diving spot from those recollections, I have to weigh it all against the risk that I'm headed straight into a dangerous falsehood. One of the men could have felt for a moment like he was losing some ground in that little duel, so he could have slipped a fake one in there, maybe told a fib about some dive he went on and found a colony of blind shrimp living in a discarded refrigerator. And when I get down there, my diving bell cracks open on a sharp rock where he said that fridge would be. And that's the end of Sam of Salmonidas. To be honest, that possibility put the fear of death in me every time I touch water. Hey Sam, good haul tonight? We'll see what she can make of it. Pretty good, I think. I hit some terrible. God, I can't read. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hit some trouble down by the narrow tunnel. Some kind of fast-growing freshwater barnacles just about sealed it up. I picked away for half an hour before I gave up and went around the other way. But I got the catch of the day. That's the important part. That's what people travel for. What's the catch today? This here's a silent black eel. Lonely, cold old eel. And the next, we're going to have Silent Black Eel 2 Remake. And then Silent Black Eel 3, Silent Black Eel 4, The Room. And then we're going to ship it off to Western developers who will make lower quality eels, such as Silent Black Eel Homecoming, Downpour, Shattered Memories, and Origins. I don't know how she'll fix them, but that cold quality ought to do something. What? That cold quality ought to do something for, what do they call it? Mouthfeel. Will you stay for a drink? I've got a dark rum that goes well with coffee. It's a bit early for me. Yeah, seems like it's always too early. It's 5 a.m. somewhere. Oh, she's got your food ready. So you all enjoy your meal, all right? I like doing that voice. My voice is tired. How's the audio for the music? Should I turn it up? Okay. I remember turning it down because the mammoth was so loud.
This world is not my home. I'm just passing through. My treasures and my hopes are placed beyond the blue. Many friends and kin have gone on before, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. to stop until I shake her hand. She's waiting now for me in heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord,
Damn it.
you know.
I was hoping. I was like, that was a really good spot to like transition out of that scene. That was nice. I liked the. It almost like first time that voice came in, it almost sounded like fucking Nirvana for a second. It had a good melancholy, isolating feeling. That's pretty good. See that? Just like a swirling mess of garbage, doesn't it? Well, that's what it is. I don't know why trash seems to collect right there of all the spots on the lake. It's always been that way. Everyone just navigates around it like it was an island or something. Look closely, you can see some wood scraps from the old canoe rental shop. I think I see desks and chairs rolling around there. Gemini Canoe and Firewood. The place was run by twin sisters, Cassie and Paula, I think? Years ago. Oh, the game. How's that? Hold, please. Yeah. More, or is it good there? Okay. Thanks. They used to rent out canoes to tourists, campers, pilgrims, folks like that. Must have had some kind of deal with the distillery. You'd always see a couple of Hard Times boys posted up on the dock, peddling small bottles to their customers. Cassie and Paula worked those old canoes to death, wrung every penny out of them. They'd only take one out of commission when it was truly demonstrably dangerous, and you couldn't get a refund unless your boat was visibly taking on water. The side business in Firewood was a stroke of minor genius. Yeah, this cluttered place makes a decent local museum. It's as good a history as I could ever tell. We arrived at a small houseboat neighborhood that sometimes hosted concerts for the pleasure of its residents, where Clara was scheduled that night to perform. Ezra stayed on the tugboat to help Clara with her performance. Junebug and Johnny watched the show from the dockyard with the others. That's tough. Am I missing out by not going to see the show? Or am I missing out by not seeing the performance that'll be on the boat? Which one's the magic art moment of the act? Last time there was a concert, it turned into a blue fairy. That was sick. Does it matter what I do? Because I've been liking staying on the tugboat. But I don't want to like miss the really cool thing. Because now these are both involving performances, and I'm like, the performances here are pretty metal. I think you may want to know more about Junebug. Okay. Act 4, Scene X. And then Scene X2. And then Scene 11 online. It's Final Fantasy. Thank you. It's weird. Whenever they're not on the tugboat anymore, they don't talk like they're from New York. So that's hurting my voice today. Oh, I see the thing. I'm like, are we in a musical? It's the... Boo. Oh. I remember this. I told you. Yeah, you don't have to say it. Only because it's always true. She played at the flower shop Sereno opened. He was having trouble with his tape machine, so he just droned out on the lap steel. He got really into it. He went on for, like, forever. Everyone was falling asleep. Not everyone. I remember the air was warm, perfumed. You were playing with some petals you found on the floor, and I was looking at the ceiling. I remember the ceiling was glass. During that week, that room was a greenhouse. I don't know where they put all the plants when they had bands in. Maybe outside if the weather was nice. It was nice that night, warm, smelling like spring. I remember the folding chairs, so uncomfortable, but I guess it was their only option. They had to pack everything up during this week so there'd be room to display the flowers. The tape stuff sounds good. That kid's doing a good job. Yeah, he's a natural-born tape player. Oddly. I was talking to him at Salmonitas. He seems a little lost. Another lost soul. Well, he's in good company. Maybe he could travel with us for a bit. Not sure that's a good idea. We were in the back. Kind of looking around, people watching. I remember a cat sleeping on a chair, a girl playing a video game, a bearded guy sleeping in a chair with a bowl of chili. I'm in this, eating chili. A bearded guy sleeping in a chair with a bowl of chili in his lap. He seemed cool. Pretty poggers. Like, subscribe, donate, become a member. This game has a reference to me, emotional, not clickbait. You were a little put off by the smell of the chili. I mean, it was obviously spiked. Even in that fresh, fragrant greenhouse, the boozy fumes stung a little. I've heard of cooking chili with a little bit of vodka, but that guy must have made a chili cocktail, like a Bloody Mary with beans. I mean, I've posed this theory before and had my friends say, Bill, shut up. Right? When I worked at a brunch restaurant, I would ask a lot. I'm like, so Bloody Mary's just a chili cocktail. Everyone get mad at me.
You're so right, though, and I don't like them.
You don't like them?
No.
Oh, man. That's one of those. I know it's like a really condescending thing to say. And I hate saying it because it sounds like, oh, well, maybe you just need a good dickin', like that kind of shit. But I'm like, maybe you just haven't had a good one.
Tomato juice makes me cringe.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I've never known that about you.
What?
Is it, what about like mixed tomato juice, like a V8 or something? No?
Can't do it.
Ah, man. It's a bummer. Because I agree, it's a little acid heavy, but I've had some good ones that, like, it's a good balance. But yeah, it can be very acid heavy.
Think about the tummy you're talking to.
Fair enough. She ain't got no gallbladder. But yeah, I don't like it when it's like too acidic. It needs to have the right ratio. Especially in the morning. I can't have a Bloody Mary very early in the morning because it'll just give me fucking heartburn. But an afternoon Bloody Mary, ooh yeah. I would have been content just to sit in the front folding chair and drift on Sereno's lap steel sound waves, but you were feeling restless, so we went for a walk. If I sound hesitant or something, it's just when we met, we were nothing, just these little gray shadows, and we grew and filled in, but we did all that together. Ezra, sure, he's just a kid, but he's already a person. What would that do to our system, our chemistry? Stepped outside into the warm night air. Yeah, this is two stories going at once. I might have to drop the fun voices. Stepped outside into the warm night air. There was a horse tied up in the parking lot. There was a horse. I read that already. I wanted to go find some food. We wandered between some low houses and came out onto an empty street. Hey, I just got the masters for the new record back from Laser. They're okay, but what, you listen to them without me? You at the arcade. I didn't want to throw off your pinball game, you wizard. Thank you. Oh, okay. Anyway, there are a few spots where the strings distorted a little. The whole thing has way too much reverb, but overall it sounds pretty good. The new drum machine fits right into the mix. Nice. The only question is how to do it live. I can't control the drum machine and sing and dance at the same time, and you've got your hands full of keytar. There was a playground across the street. We sat on a bench. I put my head on your shoulder. We heard soft music from a car radio, but couldn't see the car. Must have been around the corner or down an alley or something. You tapped your foot and hummed. I made up lyrics but didn't say them out loud. We got back to the greenhouse just as Clara was tuning up. She relaxed her shoulders, took a deep breath, raised both hands into their precise positions, and the room started shaking. Clara hit a note that made the glass rattle in sympathy, a perfect 2 octaves lower. She looked like a sorceress tearing down the building with an effortless wave and incredible focus, coaxing the empty air into some kind of moaning, rattling demon. That's the thing about the theremin. Thank you. I was like, I'm not going to remember what this is called. That's the thing about the theremin. It's the only instrument you never touch. You could see a wave of concern propagating through the greenhouse. People looking up at the trembling glass ceiling, looking at each other to see if anyone else was worried, trying to catch Clara's eye and discern if she was doing it on purpose or not, if she were really trying to bury us all in glass. So how do you think we'll swing that, playing the drum machine live? We'll figure something out. Maybe glue it to the back of your guitar. Oh, yeah, or swap the buttons out for foot pedals. Or put the drums on tape beforehand like Sereno does. Yeah, I guess we have a lot of options. What about the boy? Life is full of possibilities, Cricket. Yes, ma'am. It was a tense 5 minutes. We, the audience, alternated between fearing of our lives and lamenting hers that could have given her the kind of emotional experience to play that devastating song. Then slowly, gently, Clara's hands came to rest. The theremin went quiet, the glass stopped rattling, and the room relaxed, unharmed. No, not the kid. The kid could play the drums. Oh, my shoulders. I met a photographer once. I mean, one in particular. She even took my portrait. I can't imagine why. She said it would immortalize me. That was a metaphor, of course. She meant I'd never be forgotten. As she was disembarking, not far from here actually, the film fell out of her bag and was borne away by the current. I was working on deck at the time. She shot me a sad, apologetic glance, but I wasn't bothered. It's no shame to be forgotten. Our passengers, 2 lighter, disembarked at the mail stop by the silo. They couldn't seem to get that old truck started up again, but we managed to roll it off the barge with only a minor scrape or two. At the last minute, Clara decided to travel with them for a while. Kate and I said goodbye to our friends, new and old, and the Bucky Mammoth rambled on down the Echo. Damn. Silo of Late Reflections. What's this place like, Dogwood Drive? It's in a small town, or... I really don't know. I've got the manifest the old man had in his truck here. Lizette's Antiques, mail order delivery, no return address. Shipping address 5 Dogwood Drive. Packing list. And it's just numbers. I guess the inventory numbers of the antiques he was supposed to be delivering. Anyway, I'm glad you're coming with us. Yeah, I'm always eager to see more of the country, and I enjoy the company. I will never have to find a bus or train to get on to Nashville. I will have to find a bus or train to get on to Nashville by evening. Well, they have buses everywhere, right? Or, hey, I could drive you to Nashville. Seems I have a truck now. Only, how are we going to get up these stairs? It's quite a staircase. Is there another route? A tunnel or something? Is there something we could do with rope? There's no way to get this truck up these stairs, is there? Not with that attitude. No, there isn't. Looks like we're making the rest of the trip on foot. Oh, my God. Is it safe to just leave the truck here? Sure, I don't think anyone but us could get it started again. All right, Cricket. Let's get this delivery packed and tied into bundles. We're hiking it upstairs. What's in there? Antiques, I guess. Antiques. Yeah, antiques, it's like junk, but people pay for it? Oh. Sorry for burping. Hold for burp. Sorry. I guess we'll be taking the bus after all. I'm so yawny today. What did I do? Sorry, I guess you'll be taking the bus after all. It's okay. It'll be an adventure. Ugh. Tired? Don't worry, lady. We're almost there. Bill, you couldn't have timed your yawn perfectly with the dialogue. So is it really up these stairs? Or am I going to have to take it up these stairs and then, like, walk away? Because so far we've lost everything. And it's interesting to me. I haven't really taken a lot of time to, like, reflect on the fact that, like, we're now carrying out the delivery. It's interesting. I was kind of expecting the opposite. I was thinking people were going to start to either find their meaning or give up on this path. And we'd be like, here's a group of people. And then it would whittle down to just us. So this is not what I was expecting at all. End of Act 4. Oh my God. Act 4 really was huge. Act 4. I got a trophy. Un pueblo de nada. Nailed it. Thanks. Whoa. Do you ever find out more about what happened in Conway, or is it just he's just gone? He's basically dead. Sold his soul to the machine. Oh, look, he's fine. Okay. I don't think we've spent time this close to the character models like this before. I'm not late, am I? This must be our guest. Oh, hi. You must be, oh, sorry. I'm Maya. Right. The traveling artist. Welcome. I'm Emily. I, work here. Great. Rita says you're the producer? Oh, did she? I guess so. I do a little bit of everything. Yeah, I know the feeling. You weren't around earlier at the lunch thing? No, I don't live in town. I just come in to work on the station. Really? That's quite a hike, isn't it? I know some shortcuts. Oh, okay. I should make sure she's comfortable. So, do you... No, I'm fine, thanks. I'll just find somewhere to perch until you folks are ready. I've got a lot to digest, mentally, I mean. Well, and it was a big lunch. But I spent most of the afternoon examining the mounds. Oh, the burial mounds? Yeah, that's why I came down here, to see them up close and make some sketches. They're amazing, right? They make me uncomfortable, to be honest. It seems kind of weird to build a town in a graveyard. Sure, every town has a graveyard, but usually the town comes first. Ugh, good point. Okay, I'll check if Rita's ready. You could just hang out back here somewhere. We'll let you know when it's time to come on set. Great, thanks for having me. You too. I mean, you know what I mean. Why am I so awkward with visitors here? Just used to seeing the same 12 people day in and day out, I guess. Oh my God. Hi. What the? What is... Oh, is it... Look at the little guy! Why do they have, like, logos next to them? Ben and Bob working on a project. This is trippy. A little crow! Slow-mo crow, keeping an eye on the control board. Keep up the good work, Mo. We love him. Stan the crow. It's trippy. Nice. Oh, time to start the show. 3, 2, 1. Oh. I didn't think we were directly interacting with things. Okay, ready when you are. How does it look outside? Gross. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Saturn is in retrograde. What does that even mean? Yup. Think it'll let up? I guess we'll see what Elmo says. Elmo says it's gonna keep raining. Thank you, Rocco. Rocco? Was it Simone Biles that did that to him? That's so fucking funny. Take a picture here in Paris with Rocco. Rocco? I guess we'll see what Elmo says. My poor tomatoes. Okay, 3, 2. Hi, it's Rita. This is your evening broadcast, 81912. Wow, it's really raining out there. Damn, I can hear it from here. We have a few leaks with some pots and bowls underneath them. Thanks, Ron, for lending us your extra pots and bowls. I hope you had a good day despite the weather, although it was really nice earlier, right? I had a good day. This is is this the news? Like, what is this? I had a good day. I met a new friend. She's going to join us in about a minute or so. Maybe you saw her earlier around lunch, or if you didn't meet her, then you'll meet her in a minute. Is this live? What? Did we all have lunch together? Or if you met her already, you could, but you still want to hang... Is she doing, like, announcements? Or if you met her already, but you still want to hang out, I'm sure there's plenty that we can talk about. Wow, so this is 8192. Is that right, Emily? Sounds reasonable. Yep. That's a lot of broadcasts. I came in around the 5s, so I've only been around for half of them. And back then in the 5s, let's see, I did Night Noise, and we had the Swap Show and the Bird Show, and people were just coming in, dropping off tapes all the time. And now, well, it's just the evening broadcast. But it's not like, I'm not saying we're in a decline or anything like that. I love the evening broadcast. Why did that with Southern? I think it was the first show we had on here. It was the first show not produced by the power company. It was the first community show, yeah. Those hypnotic, fuzzy old tapes about safety wiring. Those empty humming shots at trees and glowing-eyed animals. That nasty paranoid propaganda. Technically, the first broadcasts were Aunt Connie, not worth remembering. Yeah, so it's the spine of the station. Or maybe it's the heart. Or is it the skin? What part of the WEVP body do you think this is? Why don't you come on by and tell us about it? We're going to be here for another 30 minutes or so. Or if you don't want to brave the storm, you can always give us a call. Same number as always. That. Okay, so we're going to start with a tape. This is an old one. It's one of mine. But maybe you haven't seen it. Or if you've seen it, it's been a while, so maybe you've forgotten. Shit. What? She asked me to queue up her tape. Pueblo de nada. Where is it? I don't know. It's probably still shelved. I'll find it. Once I only move, well, so thank you. Ah, shit, where's the shelves? had these alphabetical. Can't keep anything here organized for long. We should put this all in chronological order, although I guess it's hard to remember sometimes the order of things. And some of these tapes were made at the same time. Some of these tapes were made at the same time, or we started one video and then started another in the middle and then came back later. What time is that a joint? It's like sweeping a bench. Oh, wait a minute. Ron said he started filing the old stuff by language, so... Favorite tires, that's English. Disagreeable birds, also English. The Zone, that's in Japanese. Fiestas Salvaje. Salvaje? I didn't do too good at the pronunciation part of Spanish, okay? Pueblo de nada. Aha! What would you all do without me? I can hear it real good. Here you go, Mo. Hold off on playing this unit until Rita's done setting it up. He has a little job. Oh, and she called him Babe. Don't worry, I got this. Hey, can you not call me Babe while we're at work? My beak is up here. Some people that lived here a long time ago, before the company town, before the airstrip, like over 100 years ago. Okay, so, I hope you enjoy it. Ready, Emily? Ready, Emily?
Liberar a los caballos. Llegaron de Florida.
Ah,
Antes de eso, de algún lugar en América Central. Pero ninguno de los que llegaron aquí
this is cool. Have you seen it before?
en América Central.
Is she be genuine right now? Making small talk? I should say something nice.
Persona por persona, en los
Yeah,
años
it's
entre medio.
something else. You don't sound convinced. It's not a bad way to learn about history, though.
El pueblo construyó docenas de estructuras durante su tiempo aquí.
I helped Rita write this, edit this. It took us all of a week coming in here after the day's broadcasts were done with the night loop running in the background. We'd play her narration on tape, on cassette, and write. It's distracted me so much. We'd play her narration on cassette and write down times, and scrub frame by frame through the video and try to cut it just so. Excruciating. It is history, right? Or is it just a story? It's a good tape. It's good to have a portrait of the people who used to live here, and it does a good job of communicating who they are, what they did, what they were like, I think. People should know, a community doesn't just disappear, even when it disappears. And is there even a difference? And now the tape is just here on a shelf. Every once in a while we dust it off and it shuffles around the airwaves again, like an old dog. Sorry, did I say something wrong? Oh no, I'm sorry. I must have some weird shit going on in my head tonight, you know what I mean? Sure. It's okay. Sorry, I spaced out. Don't worry about it. You should... Oh, should I go sit? Yeah, it's almost over. It's so hard to, like, read, let alone read out loud, when there's other dialogue going on. That's such a weird thing for me. Next up is Maya's interview. Piles of dirt. So where are you staying tonight? Here in town. Oh, good. Yeah. Even before the storm came in, I thought it'd be nice to get some rest before the long hike back to the highway. Ron offered his... loft? What? He said I could sleep in his loft. Oh, honey, he's talking about his barn. Ron, no one wants to sleep in your barn. It's not haunted. But it is haunted. Bob got some pretty clear voices there on his tape recorder. He wanted to have a seance, but couldn't round up enough brave souls to go all the way around the table. You'll stay at my place. Thanks. Oh, Ron. Do you need anything? Actually, do you have an extra toothbrush? It'd be nice to sleep under the stars. I think I do, actually, yeah. Oh my god, I've been in the woods, you know. Right. I actually used a twig this morning, kind of chewed up one end. No stars tonight, though. I've done that. Really? I'm disappointed. I thought I invented it. Even better, you could chew on some pine needles. It really freshens your breath. I mean, it's not perfect. Wow, that's roughing it. Just close your eyes and pretend, I guess. Right, exactly. even then, it's just not the same as real toothpaste. The hell are they talking about? Emily waves to Rita. Oh, okay. Hi. So I hope you enjoyed that video. Like I said, that was from like, it's several years old. I can't remember exactly. I enjoyed it very much. Oh, thank you, Maya. What's next? I brought in a tape. Oh, okay. You good? All queued up. I'm gonna check on the boys. They might kiss. Ben and Bob are seated on the couch, poking at the electronic innards of a radio. So then it won't mute while it scans between stations. Okay. That's where they live, right? No. You just want that constant static noise. Right, the noise. That's where they live. They don't live anywhere, dude. They're doing white noise. They don't live anywhere, dude. They're ghosts. Okay. What does it matter when you tune the radio? It's like soil in your garden. You need rich soil, right? Mashed up rotted leaves and stuff, like compost. Oh, hey, Em. How's the show? Just a normal night. Good. Always fun to have a guest. Something for the shut-ins. A few holdovers from the company town. I give up on that sentence. Like the guy who used to do the titles for Aunt Connie broadcasts. Why is he still here? An act of penance? That's our little town. Stragglers, weirdos, and ghost hunters. The radio crackles as it scans rapidly across the spectrum. Snippets of voices mixed with colored noise and unfamiliar interference patterns. Did you hear that? It was definitely a voice from beyond the grave. Sounded like, I clearly heard Dogwood. Nuh-uh. Are we all dead? Have we been dead this whole time? Didn't I say that at the beginning? Yeah, kind of. It sounded more like Frogwood to me. More like Bor Ragnarok wood. What the hell is Frogwood? Man, I don't tell the ghost what to say. Did you hear that, Emily? Must have been Dogwood. Dogwood, of course. I guess it doesn't matter. The ghost voices don't really come out until you play back the recording later. They only exist in recordings, like a copy without an original. A mirror reflecting something that isn't in the room. Weird. Like a vampire. Like a goddamn vampire. Right? Olivia, I nailed it. Wait, no, that's backwards. A vampire has no reflection. Yeah, vampires are pretty mundane by comparison. They're just a mashup of some creepy things we already knew about. Cannibalism, hypnotism, mist, bats, breakups. Yeah, I see bats every night. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bats aren't weird at all. Ghosts. Whoa, 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 though. We need a whole new framework to think about ghosts. So the ghosts speak and we can't hear it, but the tape recorder can hear it? Is that right? I don't know. Sometimes I think it's more like the recording itself is a ghost. That's what ghosts are. Recordings of events that didn't happen. When something keeps happening, when something keeps leaving new marks even after it's gone. False memories. That's a way I tend to look at the paranormal sometimes, too. I wonder if that's true in cities, too, if rain makes it all look empty. Meh. It's alright. Oh my god. It's Ron's big moment. Go, Ron. So, okay, Ron. Anything you want to tell us about that tape? Everything on the tape was wild. Really? Everything? Wild stuff indeed. Even the horses? Everything on that tape was wild. Excuse me. I bought some forged folk tapes at a yard sale once. Planes used to leave these thick black marks on the railway at our little airstrip. I bought some forged folk tapes at a yard sale once. The lady said they were live tapes of Gene Ritchie playing dulcimer in some local bar. They were pretty good, too. A little noisy with the rattling bottles and chatty drunks, but it gave the recording a certain aura of authenticity. Were the horses wild? I thought those were the horses here. Oh, the neighbors? We call the horses here the neighbors. No, I didn't recognize that one. Then I noticed some of the background sounds repeating. Someone telling the same hushed story at the bar during every song. Door opening and closing exactly the same way. The lady who sold me the tape, she added the bar sounds artificially. I think she recorded the music herself in her bedroom and put Richie's name on it. I didn't think there'd be any wild horses anymore. Really? How could that be? Oh, well, they've all been domesticated. Are the neighbors domesticated? We don't own them, no. They're, feral? The tapes live permanently in my truck. Over the years, they've become my favorite Richie recordings. Oh, right. In your documentary, you said that the people who used to live here had freed their horses. Exactly. But you can free your pet cat, but it won't turn back into a panther. Right. That's kind of haunting and kind of ghost, like Ben was saying. But everything is a ghost around here. These days, it's a ghost town with people still living in it against all reason. Most of the houses are empty. I'm just gonna turn it down on my end. I'm sure the rain's nice. It keeps distracting me. Is it okay on your guys' end though? Oh. Most of the houses are empty. Despite all the pain in this town's history, this evening's broadcast is a travesty. Most of the houses are empty. There's always been people here. After the Pueblo de Nada, the community airstrip, the company town, WEVP. What about the dogs? Yeah, Ron, was the dog wild? Everything on that tape was wild. Somehow, just as the last group dies out, some new utopian project always finds a way to take hold. What is it about this place? It must be the well. It didn't look wild to me. I guess it's a matter of perspective. I'm not sure I agree, but now it's time for the weather. Thanks again, Ron. We're hanging on long past our expiration date. Well, the weather should be pretty wild. I can hear it for myself right now. Yeah, getting pretty intense out there. Do you get storms like this a lot? More and more. Right, of course. And then, of course, there's the actual ghost. All right, here's Elmo with the weather report. And lucky us, we also have Sarah Cole, who stopped by to add some drama, musically. I hear he's going to be at the Rum Colony later tonight if you need a cocktail after the show. So let's go live to Elmo for the weather report. Oh, is Elmo ready? I should make sure the camera's pointed in the right direction. Cool, my socks are getting wet. Shit. Ah, too far. Hey. This is so trippy. How did we work out these ratios of oil, water, and dyes? It seems so precise the way he drips them in one little half drop at a time. Must have been a lot of trial and error, just staring at a circle of light on the wall. Drip, drip, drip. Where do you get your supplies, Elmo? Ben has a guy in. Oh, wait, you mean this projection stuff? I mail-ordered these candle dyes. I can't do an Elmo voice, but I'm trying real hard. This other stuff is just mineral oil, like you can get at the drugstore. The projector, ha ha ha. Somebody just left it here, man. Incredible. Actually, it was that girl who does the pirate video stuff, you know, jamming our signal. Weaver, hardly. Bro, Weaver is a ghost, right? Am I insane? Yeah, a resident ghost. Thank you. Ghost, huh? You really think she's dead? Does it matter? Of course it matters. You can't leave a ghost behind until you die, right? Well, that's one way to do it. But have you ever missed someone so bad you felt like they were haunting you? Or been in a relationship with someone where it feels like their ex-lover is always in the... Jesus. Like their ex-lover's always been in the room? I see what you mean. Hey, you think she'll get us tonight? It's about time, right? He's right, we're about due. Plus, Saturn's in retrograde. So I hear. Not that she keeps a strict schedule, but it's never longer than a month or two between... what does Mimi call them? I know they're bad for the general vibe around here, but can I be honest? Nods and mock gravity. I kinda like it when she busts in and takes our signal. It's like a log falling on the road. Reminds you that all this used to be trees. Interventions. That's what Mimi called it. It's been going on a couple years now. Her performances were pretty cool. I never saw her perform, but I heard about it. Oh, yeah. I saw her do it a few times. I was into it. Yay! That first time she jammed our signal and showed up in our broadcast, I didn't know who she was. She's already disappeared when I came in and took over her old job. She had lectures, right? Yeah, you could say that. I thought of them as storytelling sessions. She talked for hours and shuffled through slides after slides of shapes, numbers, weird constellations. Who knows what any of it meant? Everyone was so excited and confused and scared a little on the defensive. Still are. And this was her projector. Right. I don't know where she got it though, but it still works really well. I got a spare bulb at a resale shop, but I haven't had to use it yet. It's strange. I never think of what she's doing as hostile. It really sounds like Elmo has the same impression. What happened to the rest of her stuff? I bet her slides are still here in the studio, maybe with the posters. Sherry was all Weaver's old notebooks, I know that. Sherry has all Weaver's old notebooks, I know that. She keeps them in her archive, you know, the big blue filing cabinet. With the daisies painted on them. Yeah, anyway. The really hard part to find is those two pieces of glass. They had to be paired very precisely. I had to get these from the clock store over in Glasgow. That's where they came from, clock faces. Thanks for the tips, dude. Anytime, dude. Camera? Camera move? I thought it said I have to move the camera. No? Thanks, Elmo and Sereno. So next time we have a selection from the video data bank. You're gonna like this one, Maya. This one's about caves. Ooh. Yeah, local caves. We put this one on a lot. It's pretty cool. Oh, but we have a phone call. Should we get it now or should we wait? We'll get it now. Okay. You need to press the button on the telephone next to her. Hello, WVP. Is that coming up okay? Shut up, talking about raccoons. We love raccoons. Hope you all packed a lunch. Sounds like this is going to be a long one. I love critters. Bumbles. This is just me. This game's obsessed with me for real. Good boy. Hey, babe. Slow-mo co, a coo, and then a chitter. Did you know Weaver? 2 chitters and a chitter. Really? Was she nice to you? That's good to hear. You make her sound so normal. Talk to anyone else and it's like she had a second head. One of our little mysteries, like the out-of-towner. Oh, really? Did you know him well? Several whistles, then a pause as if more was coming, but they never do. Wow, I had no idea. It was terrible what happened to him. Right, justice someday. This is literally your life. What a waste. Sad. Well, have fun. I'm gonna see if Jeff is done. Haha. Should jot down the time of day whenever there was an intervention. Is that ghost breathing? Yeah, because there's no more operators anymore. Line's dead. Phone lines are just such a mess up here. Oh, is it Ron snoring? Hello? Is that the storm or was it the damn phone lines? Man, they're really flaky. Business as usual. He has a really soothing voice. That's Jeff. He's a regular caller. He's asleep. Mine indicates Ron was falling asleep in his chair. Oh, well. Sleep. Okay, well, let's play the tape. This is Cave Art. It's a classic around here. I'm excited. Looks like Mo's got this one all queued up. Way to go, Mo. I should let Maya enjoy the tape. So if Weaver is a ghost by some agreed upon definition of mechanics, that means WEVP TV is haunted. Well, it has EVP in it. Should we be doing something about that? I'm kind of afraid of no ghost. Aren't you supposed to, like, have an exorcism or something? Wow, I've been so on brand today. We were talking about the exorcism earlier. I mean, you can't just leave a place haunted. That would be negligence. I'd miss her, though. I guess there are good ghosts and bad ghosts, like spiders, good in the garden, bad in the shower. A lot of crashing noise from outside. Wakes Ron up. What the hell? What was that? I'll check it out. Yikes, should we go help? No, he's... Aw, tape is over. What did you think? That was great. Yeah, I like the one I kind of... That sounded pretty close. Oh no, is the power out or just the lights? I don't know. I'll take a look. Maybe a fuse blew on a relay or something. Some scared rat chewed a wire. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Abandoned ship. Just kidding. Guess I'll take a look around and see if anything's smoking. That's a shape. God, I don't like how this controls. Are you having trouble with... Oh, I spoke too soon. I thought your power was out. Yeah, it just came back on. Weird. Good, though. You made it in this storm. Oh, I'd never miss the evening broadcast. To be honest, it's the only time I get to share my work. Nikki's still carrying a torch for the out-of-towner. Sure, of course. It's great. Wow, it's pouring out there. I think you have some paper towels over by the set. Oh, goodness. Oh, thank you. Well, ready to go? Ready. Oh my god, I hate controlling this. Did you fix it? Just came back on its own. I'll just take a second for the equipment to warm back up. We'll be on the air again. Spooky. It's just a disaster out there. The neighbor's barn is basically underwater. House just completely flooded. I passed Ron on the way in. He's going to take a look and see if there's anything he can do. Will they be okay? Ron knows what he's doing. He used to be a firefighter. It's a little bit different, though. Right? I guess. Nikki hands some wet paper towels to Rita. Oh, thanks. Nikki pulls a journal out of her jacket pocket. I brought my work. Oh, good. Nikki reads her poetry. It's a weekly feature of our broadcast. Oh, great. I look forward to hearing it. Yeah, I just hope that we can keep going. We lost power a little while before, right? Better get started then. To the out-of-towner. What eagle flew you to your final bed? Oh. Is this taking place after it all went down? That'd be kind of cool. What eagle flew you to your final bed? It was not men who brought you there to sleep. The men who left you bloodied then and fled, had chosen mud and muddy. What now? Did the boy die? Did wild turkeys gobble, dote, and care and wipe the moss beneath your eyelids clear? Did cardinals pull the twigs out from your hair and wash your hands and feet and trim your beard? When wood ducks dressed you in your resting gown and pigeons fashioned shoes from leaves and bark? Who then sewed flowers into a burial crown? The one who made your headdress was a hawk. The man who broke your body, where were they? The vulture stayed home all day. Emily, look at the monitor. Dude, be quiet. We're live right now. No, we're not. Look. Oh my God. That's not our broadcast. Darn, there she is. Emma was right. Oh, fuck. That's cool. What's wrong? That's her. Weaver. Really? Tonight? Sorry about this, Maya. What's going on? Local prankster. She jams our signal every once in a while, whenever the stars align. Prankster's not the word I would use. Damn, so what do you do about it? Just wait until she's done. We've never been able to stop her from jamming this. We don't even know how she does it. We should be back on in a minute, though. Don't worry. It was spooky. Hello? Un pueblo de nada! Time for Act V. Okay, quick question. Was something supposed to happen there? Am I getting glitched out of shit? Or was that just supposed to be spooky? You looked at the floor. Yeah, I saw the water. A town. Or do you mean on the screen? Weaver was standing in a foot of water. No glitches. Okay, perfect. That so really pisses me off. Hello? In the station. Yeah, I saw the water on the ground. Because, like, when the cursor went over it, she kept talking about it, too. But, yeah, they were, like, flooding. But all their stuff was mostly on, like, shelves. No, the horsey. The neighbor. F in chat. Give me just a minute. How did this all fit in that truck? It's bigger on the inside. Like a TARDIS. Sun is shining. The birds are singing. Okay, fine. I think it rained. So we hear. Rained a lot, I mean. Oh, that was weird. It was like a bird, maybe a bug, but it was like in the game, but I thought it was like on my screen. I'm like, ugh, bug. The worms are going to be out for sure. Planning a fishing trip? Maybe tomorrow. So where is 5 Dogwood Drive? Right, no idea. Maybe we should split up? Okay, holler if you find anything. I'm a bug! I'm the kitty? No, I'm the bug, but I'm guiding the kitty. Junebug and Johnny strain to hear the noises across from the well. Oh, coming from the well. That's just weird. Sleepy singing again. It's kind of reverent. A choir, maybe? Johnny shades his eyes with his hand. Oh, my eyes aren't adjusting to the light. Should we head back underground? I want to borrow mine. They're kind of flickery, but okay. Want to see? I just need to swap lenses and they'll be fine. Kind of flickery, but okay. Want to see? Should we head back underground? Nah, let's see this through. Could be fun. Wait. Oh, I can meow. Wow, that's a lot of stuff if that's all the antiques. I'm a kitty. Okay, kitty can go this way too. That's a damn shame. That's what you call it. No, the horsey. No, another horsey. F in chat. Goodbye, horses. And now you'll return to Chicago? Oh no, I'm heading to Ohio next. There's a few great burial mounds I have to revisit. No one goes to Ohio, right? That's what the kids say now. Get Ohio. Chat, what does Ohio mean? I was thinking I just drive for a while. Too many Giats shaking for that Rizzler. Did I say it right? Am I doing it? Am I doing it, youths? Oh, my butt. Drive for a while. I've had enough driving. Guess I'll be getting back on the road myself before long. I've had enough driving. Yeah, all night you said, right? Hey, look what I found. What is that, an animal bone? It's a pipe, I think. Super ancient. It's probably 1,000 years old. I don't even smoke. Haha. Oh well, I'm just an observer anyway. The people who made these mounds, they used to carve these. It's beautiful, right? This big mound. Most of these ancient earthworks are thought to be burial mounds, but this one definitely isn't. To be honest, I don't know what it was for. Haha. Kitty time. So not too sad. Oh yes, she just got banged up a little in the storm. At first, they only observed the truck from a distance. It was an alien carcass, something that made more sense in death than in life. The company dropped it off in the middle of the day when everyone was at the plant. They let it sit overnight alone. And strange. Oh, why do I pick Jesus? Nikki thought it was ridiculous, but Ron approved. To Elmo, the truck was simply beautiful. Ron. The truck reminded him of New York City, which he'd visited once by bus, which had made a great impression on him, especially the mountains of garbage that dotted the sidewalks. The truck didn't smell yet, but it would. A glorious patina built up over decades of progress and labor. Of course, there was nowhere to drive it. Even Ron conceded that. Everyone had to agree this was money and attention that would have been better spent. Shit. addressing the town's stuff. Still, they had a few things to dispose of: broken flower pots, empty glass bottles, clothes that didn't fit anymore. They gradually fell into the habit of collecting waste and carrying it to the truck. Once a month, some shadows would come in from the night woods and haul the garbage away on a cart. Will it still fly? Oh yeah, she just banged up a little in the storm. She's just banged up a little from the storm. Wait, are they implying that the antique store was really just... I guess it was just people's garbage? Crow. Elmo gave Rita a tour of the cameras and wiring. She'd just been through his certificate program on public broadcasting at the community college, so no surprises there. Nikki showed her the video data bank. James demonstrated the Sandin image processor. Then Ron came barreling in with an urgent expression. Rita had entered the public broadcasting program at Fishtrap Lake Community and Technical College with a vague desire to be a newscaster. One of her the fuck? Okay, one of her instructions got her excited about private television, and she followed threads through TV and activist communities until she found herself here somehow, volunteering at WEVP TV. Ron's news was clearly bad news. Rita's heart sank a little as they listened. She knew things were unraveling, knew from experience what this looked like. But as she listened to Ron detail the power company's sudden withdrawal from town affairs, she heard other possibilities. She studied their faces and found concern for sure, but also something like relief, hope, an awakening of play. Nikki looked like she might have been daydreaming. There were people, Rita decided, ready to step out of the company's shadow and build something of their own. Ron said the TV station would still be funded by court order. Could that be their anchor? That's good. So they're hoping to rebuild without the company's influences. Warm coo. Kitty in the mud. Kitty in the mud. Six or seven men stood in the sun about a dozen yards from the ditch, and we could hear them laughing. He tried not to hear them. Instead, he listened to the shovel punching through the dirt as he shaped the trench. It was wet dirt, mud, really. It made a hungry sound as he shaped the trench walls. One man was louder than the rest. He made a nervous laugh and then sucked up all the air around him. The out-of-towner stuck a shovel into the dirt and squeezed the bridge of his nose. He sneezed. Took a swig from his thermos. The laughter quieted into greedy chuckles, and he could feel the men approaching. Alert meow. What the hell? Did I miss anything yet? I'm so confused, and this is so awful to control when you get smaller. It's so much, obviously it's easier when you're just closer. Oh, is it being built? Is that what's happening? Are we like spinning around? I can't tell. What kind of fish are those? They're goldfish. They eat algae and mosquito egg. Mosquitoes lay eggs? I guess, yeah, they're bugs. Kill. They eat algae and mosquito eggs. Very helpful. Sounds like a good job. Yes, it does. My job today is to write this poem. Beats working for the power company, haha. What brings you to town? We're just dropping something off here. Oh, well, you better hurry up. They might already be gone. No, okay. It felt like maybe some time passed. Yeah, because they're not still standing here. This shouldn't have happened. We should have prepared better. Kitty run! Kitty run! I'll have it running again soon this afternoon, I'm sure. No? Ah. Wow, how'd you get out here? Must have been pretty nice pigs to let you ride them like that. I want to see everyone riding on pigs. That's fun. How'd you get out of there? I slipped into a stream and held my breath as it carried me deep underground. Then what happened? Then I found the library of television. There were TVs everywhere. As soon as you walked in the door, every channel was playing at once. I had one eyeball pointed at a cooking show and the other at a crime show. Each tiny hair in my ear canal was listening to a different TV. If I had stayed any longer, I would have split into 1,000 different people. Wow, I'm glad you got out of there. Yeah, but now I kind of miss it. Did I tell you I discovered the place where all the garbage goes? I've always wondered. Do they just let it pile up somewhere forever? Oh no, it's much more exciting than that. What they do is they make water out of the ocean and replace it. They take some water out of the ocean and replace it with garbage. There's a big fire at the center of the earth. It's been burning basically forever. Someday the ocean will be nothing but garbage. The fish will learn to breathe garbage, and we will learn to drink it. I think the other option was just the plot of Aquaman. The fish are angry. I got to ride in a big truck at a tugboat. Hung out with an old dog and some musicians. Then we both had quite adventure. I'm jealous, but I won't let it ruin our friendship. We should stick together. I agree completely. It's a nice idea, but you should stay with your friends. I think they still need your help. I agree completely. Someone needs to look after the boy. Can someone get the horses, please? They shouldn't happen. Do I need to make sure I talk to everyone? You're asleep. Hello? Okay. Sure sounds scary in there. Be a shame if something cool happened. That looks nice. Yeah, there we go. Now time has passed, but it's still a swamp? Or still a wetland? Well, the mailbox says 5 Dogwood Drive. Oh my god. Is there any mail in there? Like if someone wrote them a letter, maybe their face is on it? Just don't open any that say final notice. Those are a secret. Looks like if someone wrote them a letter, maybe their name is on it. It just showed up. A house. Oh, is this your place? Weird time for new construction, but what do I know? It just showed up. Weird time for new construction, but what do I know? This house is new. sometime last night, I think. I've never noticed it before. Are they all gonna be a found family together? And the antiques will be their furniture? No? Feels warmer in here somehow. Right? Warmer and brighter. Nobody lives here? Well, somebody ordered some furniture. Oh, that would be wild. She sent him to a magic empty new house with furniture, and it's like, go have a life. And he threw it away, drinking into debt. No? Somebody ordered some furniture. It's actually quite spacious. You could fly a plane in here. The light in here is pretty great, actually. Yeah, it's a good space to read a book. There's so much room, we could set up a whole studio. A music studio, cool. Oh yeah, lots of room. Plus everything we recorded would have bird sounds on it. That's kind of a cool signature, right? At night, we look at the stars. I could set up a new... Oh, thank God. I'm like, are they all going to live here together? I could set up a new workshop here. Or this is like going to be like their communal workspace. I could fix TVs again or whatever people need. Hell, I could fix toasters. Maybe work on that big video synthesizer thing. Fix that up. One could really fit a lot of books in here. I love to perform in a place like this at sunset. There's so much stuff just spread all over the place from the storm. I kind of feel like I'm on stage right now, actually. Know what I mean, man? There's so much stuff just spread around all over the place from the storm. Maybe we could put some of the town's old stuff here, like on display, like a museum or a memorial. We'll get that all cleared out in no time. This is our land. Feels like it's time to move forward. We need to make sure to preserve some of this stuff before the next big storm. So whoever lives here next will know who came before. You think more people will come after these people leave? You could put a play on for all the animals. At least there'll always be bugs. That's what I like about bugs. We saved what we could. Hey, cat. I'll race you. From here to the pile of mail, okay? Affirmative, meow. Come stand here. This is... Oh, you stand where I am, kid. Ready? Get set. Fuck you, kid. Wow. All right. Wow, you're pretty fast. I'll get you next time. I was hoping for a trophy. Suck it, nerd. Victory screech. Waffles for any weather. Bloop. Clyde lay on his back on the runway, hands folded behind his head. Halfway between dreams and the afternoon sun, he entertained the momentary delusion that he'd survived a plane crash and was vaguely unhappy when the dream faded. Coming into land, he'd slammed into a truck. The driver probably thought the runway was another road. The roads were full of trucks coming and going these days, filling the town with strangers ever since, but he couldn't remember any more of the dream. It was fading quickly, and irretrievably in that uniquely frustrating death of past dreams. All the states said they wanted us to knock down. All the states said they wanted us to knock down some trees, many trees, and build a road along this small town to the larger web of streets and highways that entombed the rest of the country. But Clyde and his inner circle of stunt pilots turned mail carriers knew that a road would be the end of their secluded paradise. Interesting. Yeah, let's get rid of that, huh? Huh? I'm a kitty. No, miss, they don't scare me at all. If you met them, you'd feel the same way, I'm sure. I'm just curious, I guess. I know them pretty well by now, but I'd like to have known them better. They don't scare me at all if you met them. Okay, if you met them, you feel the same way, I'm sure. I don't believe old Jorge, would ever hurt us. He's kind and a bit of a bookworm, as far as I could tell. It's a very old one, and nobody can quite figure her out, but I can't imagine she means any harm. I leave the radio on for her at night, somewhere between stations, so it's just hissing. She likes the hissing, I think, though I can't say why. Yeah, the radio. So we just live with ghosts in this town? What is it about the radio they love? They all love it. Oh my God. What happened? To tell you the truth, I feel a little bad I won't be here to care for them anymore. Isn't that something? I'm leaving at sunset. If you like, I'll help you find a bus back to Lithuania, you said? So you're playing some music in Nashville later. That's a good place for it, I guess. I'll play music with a friend in a small bar. We have performed together before. He sings beautifully, but sadly, I have a gig at an art gallery. The idea is to play the theremin for 24 hours uninterrupted. It will be difficult, but rewarding, I think. But with everyone gone, who will feed these ghosts? Yeah, you're making the right move. There's nothing here anymore for the living. But with everyone gone, who will feed these ghosts? Okay. Well, now it's stuck there. Uh-oh. Is the game freaking out on me? Wee woo.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh shit, yeah. Well, let me see if another conversation will make it go away. I'd really like to not have to start over. Ah. Well, fuck me. Will it? It won't even let me pick other things. Quit and select save slot. Please don't make me start over. Are we like almost done? Uh-huh. All right, I'm racing the kid again. It moved me. I didn't even touch it. And it... Oh, my God. All right, well. This kid fucking cheats. Because, like, he keeps going. Like, it's hard. You can't be precise with your movement because he keeps going after you let go. All right, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Fuck off. Pant, pant. Uh-huh. 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 Uh. Okay, thank God. Any hoozle. What are you assholes doing, assholes? There's really never been a road to this place. Why not? Gentle cooing. That's what I figured. An indignant caw. Makes sense to me. A detailed series of chitters. Chitter I hardly. I guess we could, but it sounds like a lot of work. One confident caw. You're right. I'll think about it. The seer reclined high in a tree, carving fine details into a small wooden pipe. She done the bulk of the... Are those ghosts or just, like, unimportant people designs? She done the bulk of the carving over hazy mornings with the stoneworker. He smoked constantly. He only smoked when she only smoked when she was happy, or very sad, or bored. From this height, she could see the earth movers shaping the mounds under the draftsman's supervision. She could see him inspecting his plan, the drawing he'd made from her game, the map. Well, now the lady's not up here. I saw the design on a barn somewhere. Out by Lexington. So it might have been a horse barn, I think. Seemed appropriate. I don't know. What do you think? It's nice. What's it for? They're going to put this up on the old barn as part of the ceremony. I'm honored to tell you the truth. So are those ghosts? I thought it was just like extras. Nice little setup you've got. It's alright. Many afternoons have come and gone right here, listening to the radio, taking a break from some maintenance work. How's she looking anyway? Oh, I'll have her up and running around this afternoon, no problem. Just a couple bends in the wrong places. Well, it's just lucky I have all the parts here. Difficult to mail order with no roads. There was one thing Cass always insisted on about this place. No roads leading in or out. Hell, we can always fly. What's this? Curious meow. Aw, man, it's totally broken. Sucks, nerd. Uh, Rita tore up weeds. Elmo stood next to her with a bucket. She passed him the uprooted weeds, and he stuffed them in the bucket. They worked this way for a few hours. Dark clouds drifted slowly closer, but wouldn't arrive until evening. Rita left to get some tea. Elmo sat in the dirt. He pulled up a blade of grass and held it in the path of a ladybug. When it boarded the grass and Elmo lifted them both into the air, he held the bug close in front of his face and tried to count its spots. Rita came back with a plastic jug of sweet tea. They sat and drank for a while, and then got back to work. The garden was coming along as well as they could hope. Given months of neglect, when the plants shut down, the company abruptly pulled out of the area and took a large part of the town's population with it. This included the Carver family who attended this garden, the largest and most productive in town for years. Rita and Elmo worked until it started to rain. The rain washed their sweat into the dirt. Then just let this play out for me in a little cutscene thing. Like the weird, sometimes it's running around invisible barriers and I'm like, guys, just let it play out for me then. Meow. Scolding, meow. He's not open. He says not to open other people's mail, kid. I know what he said. But if they're not even here to open it themselves, can't you buy that though and like open up like lost mail? I won't tell a soul. I don't know. I saw what you did. Greeting, meow. Oh, hi, kitty. Chatty, meow. Yes, it's a beautiful day. I guess the weather was pretty bad last night, though. Confident, meow. You're a chatty one, aren't you? Fanciful, meow. Sure, whatever you say, haha. Kurt, meow. All right, well, take it easy. Man, I just want to know what's going on with these characters. Yeah, I'm just gonna fuck myself. Yeah, I'd be worried about that too. Is that dead horse still there, or is that something else? Choppy seas today, Captain. Oh my God, the dead horses haven't. All you did was move them closer to each other. Heavier than they look. Sure, everyone's happy after they pass. It's only natural. The spirit has no weight. In fact, it lifts us up a little. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there she is now. Who's this here? All I can read is better days. They put their better days to rest here? Better days ahead? Better days for whom, though? The one who died or the rest of the town? It's up to you, isn't it? Tra-la-la. Paint faster. Does each lap... Is each lap only like a day? That's not very satisfying. Until finally it just gave way. Finally just gave way. What do I do? How about Greg Rabbit? How about Greg the Bunny? Remember Greg the Bunny? It's a bad, failed comedy. I think it was Seth Green and a puppet. Chop your seas today, Captain. All right, well. Does it work? There we go. She watched him, but stood in her own shadow. A few deer hunters and talkers walked past, but nothing to the seer. But said nothing to the seer. Didn't even look. She studied the path. This was the path the seer had found in her scrying game. A series of private dice rolls and inscrutable diagrams. At the end of the route, she'd seen a safe, quiet place, caverns of leathery blackbirds, a lake of eyeless fish, a towering flame. Now the diver walked the mounds, memorializing the route. He was almost ready. Oh, is the cat about to go in? Okay. No? Okay, so I don't go down there then. I thought the cat was about to go on a fucking advent. Gonna take a walk outside today. Gonna see what we can find today. Gonna take a walk outside today. Mile and Otis, but without Otis. Somebody still just running around the town? Oh, who did I not talk to yet? Busted. Totally fake. Who am I missing? I talked to everybody. Do I just chill at the hole?
It says after you perform enough interactions, will automatically pursue the next section.
It's not. Where? Where? All the way back here? Birdie. Oh, God, it's a rainforest cafe. Boo. Jorge scanned the shelf. He quickly found the book he was looking for. There's only a few dozen left. More shelves than books now. The results of an experiment called the New Selection. Privately, he called it the Purge. But only privately, in small groups of reliable complainers. The unspoken rule was to hold back criticism as long as possible. Experiments needed time to unfold naturally, without the interference of doubt. Jorge would have preferred to complain more freely. Even the scheduled feedback circle sessions had been losing their teeth lately, he thought. A trend that coincided with Fraser's increasingly central role in the community. I'm listening. Fraser propped and executed experiments just like any other community member, but his experiments had a scorched earth quality. They were all destructive. He moved from one area of the community life to the next in search of access to cut back. Lately, he turned his scythe to the library. The New Selection meant decimating their store of books according to Fraser's own inscrutable criteria. Now we are guaranteed something vital. Every time we take a book from the shelves, No more time lost to printed chaff. Chaff? Chaff. Chaff? Fraser's colorless voice echoed in Jorge's mind. He felt like spitting. Instead, he tucked the book under his arm and set off for the woods. Wow. I think the society's already doomed. You're already banning books this early in. Hang him. Well, it's there to interact with. Please, please. I don't like how this is structured. Please. Did I talk? Oh my god. Did I talk to you guys? Inquisitive meow. Well, hello. Marianne nudges Wanda gently. Wanda, time to wake up. Curious meow. Nope. Dead to the world. Probing meow? Just try again later, I guess. What? But I have nothing else to do. What?
The conversation between Rita, Ezra, Junebug, and Johnny in front of the library is usually the one that triggers the next title card.
They're not in front of the library. Look at this place, the library. Ah, what a mess. I'm basically like this building's only next of kin. I don't think anyone else, nobody living, has spent as much time exploring it. There's a pantry in here somewhere, a stack full of canned papaya. Is this what you meant? You listed like 5 names. There's 2 people here. I like that kind of history, the lived-in details. That's how you know people have always been people. Always made choices and nothing was inevitable. Yeah, this is a special place. I feel a little guilty. But it's time to move on, you know? For me, anyway. Junebug. Oh, now they show up. So you spoiled. How dare you? You will be fined and punished. Oh, hey, aren't you? Yes, I am. We were talking about the library. Is this your family? Oh. Ezra looks at Johnny. Sure we are. Right, ma'am? Whatever you say, Cricket. Yay! Not the grave, but I got the found family to happen. I liked the adaptability to it, but yeah, Johnny brought it up to him first, the way I played it, so he was the one who got the right. And ever since then, I've been treating it like a little cafe for the town. Oh yeah, you like to cook? Sure, I'll make you some waffles that'll blow your mind if the power was back on. If you want, you promise to keep it secret. I'll pass on my recipe before I head out. That's okay. I don't eat. Why so secretive? The mystery adds to the flavor. Well, I know I'm not sticking around. You think you'll do anything with this place? Hey, people got to eat, right? Well, some people. So are there, like, just ghosts in this town? 3A, lay paper flat, bring bottom left corner. Ew. Ugh. That was weird.
It sounded really
It had something like tickle my throat, so I had to like clear it really fast. That was weird. Sorry about that. Bring bottom left corner to the top right corner, crease with firm, steady pressure along diagonal fold. Nikki applied only gentle pressure. Looser flowers felt more alive. She rolled her wrists. It was the 6th hour of her assigned company store shift, and she'd made dozens of flowers. Ron had bought a bouquet and cleaned out their stock that afternoon. Repeat steps 4A through 7 for each petal, taking care not to rip the filaments from step 9. She imagined the insects that would pollinate paper flowers, watercolor bees, or wasps that left ink stains when they stung. Wasps don't sting, they bite. Many, many times. Do not joke about the predator of the sky. Commotion outside caught Nikki's attention. Men yelling, blows landing. She put her work down and stepped out just in time to see the crowd disperse. It's 2 dudes blowing each other? What's going on? Meow. Something brown scurries up the side of the tree. The tree shit itself. Surprise meow. A squirrel? Too fast to tell. Okay. Clyde and Cass sat cross-legged in the shape of a light aircraft. Cass shuffled cards, and Clyde absently flipped through a stack of unopened letters. Demand for aerial stunts having faded almost completely, and many of their company having died or aged out of the profession, Clyde and Cass found for their remaining pilots a steady flow of contract work delivering mail to remote rural areas, but this place was abandoned. Cass's cards predicted they'd be here for quite a while. I was the mail. Oh, they have a table in their house now. That's nice. Till finally it just gave way. Okay. We're gonna leave you alone now, crazy lady. The plane. Yeah, I'll miss them for sure. Beautiful creatures and so thoughtful. Oh no, do the crows leave? I bet. Where do you think you'll go? Oh, I don't know. For now, I'm just poking around the rubble. Emily pulls a videotape out of the rubble. Emily pulls a slate aboard with the partial circuit diagram out of the rubble. Pulls a book projector out of the rubble. Videotape. Home movies? It could be. We showed a lot of them on the station. Probably some weird art videos, statistically speaking. Emily pulls a piece of slate aboard with a partial circuit diagram out of the rubble. Hey, I've got one of those. It's some kind of image filter. Very little I can salvage here. It wouldn't mean anything anyway. It's kind of a package deal. You need the tapes and the station and the people. If one part is missing, the whole thing falls apart. Shoot, there's an option about a ceremony I wish I clicked on instead. Where are you flying to? Flying, huh? I'm just checking to see if everything's working okay. Ellipses. You could fly her somewhere if you wanted to, though, right? Oh my god, why can't I control these speech boxes? Of course. So why don't you? Do it. Be a little coward? Little bitch boy? Who is bullying this kid? Here we go. Keep your distance now. What you doing? 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 Hey, I just thought of something really cool. So he's just going. Did he not go? You know, it's pretty common. 1 in every 3 men. Alright, I'm gonna waste my time. Choppy seas. Can someone help him bury these horses? Thanks for painting. Can you help me bury these fucking horses before, like, we all get disease? Especially after it just rained. They're probably all fucking disgusting. 6 feet, that's the standard. Standard for people anyway, but 6 feet's the rule for a person. Let's say the average person is 5'9". Maybe I ought to stick to the traditional depth out of respect. The neighbors were about 15 hands. So that's pretty close. Now what I can't figure is for purposes of burial, do you measure from the front legs or the back? Well, at least I'm putting the math in. If this was still company property, they'd be off to a landfill, cold sons of bitches. Must have been 4 hours dragging them out of the water. I got their measurements down now. Carved into my muscles. Permanent. Those greedy sons of bitches had finished the drainage ditch when they were supposed to. They built so much here, they ought to be here still, cleaning up. I ought to hike through the woods and give them a piece of my mind. Should probably put some of that bile into digging these holes. Dig him up, oh, dig it. Dig him up, oh, oh. Dig him up, oh, dig it. What you doing? What you doing? Hey. Dot, dot, dot. Hey, don't run in the... Oh, God, he's in the graveyard. Kid. All right, well, he's possessed. Why not? It's... People are trying to rest. Meow. Annoyed meow. Agreed. Good. Hello? I was waiting for another opportunity to yell at him. Ah, damn, there he goes. Can we go in after him? In the bushes? Yeah. After the raccoon? Yes. Yeah. Still a guy. No. But. It's probably full of thorns. Yeah, but. Raccoon. It's not happening. Okay. Oh, don't pout. Tell you what. If that raccoon comes back into town, we'll leave some food out for him. Also, peanuts for the crows. Yes, ma'am. Is that it? Oh, my God. Right? Is that a ghost or is that just an unfinished person? Wow. That kid is teleporting. Seems to be working okay. Julian's gonna love this. Is the bird alive? Who? Excited meow. Yeah, it's amazing. I even lived in there for a bit. No way. Yeah, too drafty. I moved out one winter and never looked back. It's almost like it's a waste of land and real estate and capitalism. It gets cold? Sure, when the sun's down. Nice old church, though. Really nice. Could make a nice workshop. Cut to the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio. You mouth pop.
That was my throat.
Careful. Hey, can I go in there or no? I guess not. That's okay. Meow. That's it. Birdies. Why make me just sit? Just stand again. Oh, is it Yellow Jackets? Is it on? We're gonna have to eat somebody. The horses? Can you eat the horses? Dibs. Look at their little like MS Paint eyes, or sorry, Minecraft eyes. They have like little square eyes. Hey y'all, thanks for sticking around for this. I know we've all got places to. Well, if anybody still needed somewhere to go, be sure and speak up. Okay, I think Ron's heading through the woods tonight, back to the road. If you want a caravan. Oh, do I get to pick? You staying, Em? Sure, I'll stay. At least for a while. I just want to make sure everyone has somewhere to go. For right now, though, we've got some friends to bury. The neighbors. Nikki has a poem, and I have a song. If anyone wants to say anything, though, I'll go first. The neighbors were kind, gentle, beautiful horses. I used to go on walks with the silver one out in the woods by... Why didn't anybody ever give them names? The silver one. Well, I guess he was gray, but his coat looked silver in the light, so I always called him that in my head. And the other one is the other one. And I love these horses, but you never know it if you heard me talk about them. But you never know it if you heard me talk about them like that. So I'm sorry. Silver-whited other one. Sorry, I don't have better names for you. You deserve better names. Also, sorry I'm bad at this. Anybody else have anything to say? I was thinking about when all those canned carrots showed up in the mail. We didn't give them names because names weren't ours to give. I want to see what Ron has to say. I just want to say these horses used to crap on my floors, but it never bothered me too much. I never mentioned it to anyone. I didn't want to make a thing of it. But if we're clearing the air, well, that happened. And it's okay. Did Junebug decolor her hair? Or is that just a different... Whatever. I mean, recently, too. I was cleaning up horse crap just a couple days ago, but I'm saying it was okay. It would have been okay if any of you wanted to crap on my floor. It would have been okay if any of you wanted to crap on my floors. I just want to say that. I would clear it up after any of you. If you crap on my floor. Thanks, Ron. I'm going to take a shit at your house right now. I was thinking about all those canned carrots. Oh, we just got to go through them all. Okay. I was thinking about all those canned carrots showed up in the mail. Y'all remember that? Somebody was calling around with some canned carrots they wanted to be rid of, and I guess Consolidated Power got word of it. So these canned carrots showed up in the mail, and we didn't know where they came from at first. I tried some out, no flavor to them. Some of them were gray. It's awful. Rita said that's still okay to eat. Like, sometimes carrots just lose their color if they sit in a can too long, but nobody wanted them really. Well, Aunt Connie came on TV with a message like, hope the horses are enjoying their treat. And we thought, okay, they're for the neighbors. Sure. Horses love carrots, right? But the neighbors wouldn't touch them, wouldn't even look at them. You'd think they were canned rocks. We opened a couple dozen and set them all out by the water trough, and they were still there a day later. Even the raccoons steered clear. And then, of course, Consolidated sent us an invoice for every can we'd opened, already made out in company script. How do you like that? Okay, I guess we better move on. Nikki, you ready? Thanks for sticking around. Like Emily said, it's so good to have you all here for this. I know some people had to leave already. I don't judge anyone for that. Maya, you and your other visitors might not know about the out-of-towner. He came here to work for the company, to dig a ditch. And the company worked him good and hard, and for less than he was worth. But it wasn't enough. They had to use him up completely. After that, we became ungovernable. First out of shame, then grief, then anger. I wanted to write this poem because the neighbors led me through that time. I used to sit with them out in the woods. There's a clearing out there. It's about 20 minutes walk directly from everything. I mean, there's no reason to walk that direction unless you're going to this clearing. The neighbors like to graze there. There's a certain grass they like the best. It only grows in partial shade, deep in the woods. I'd go out to that clearing and just watch them in my shame, grief, and anger. And they knew. Any of you who spent time, and they knew, any of you who spent time with them, these horses will remember, they knew just what I was feeling. I could tell. It radiated off them like sweat evaporating. Creatures of pure compassion and forgiveness. The kind of forgiveness Frost meant when he wrote something we somehow haven't to deserve. When I go, I want to be buried out there in the clearing and feed that grass they love. And feed that grass they loved? Like you're going to eat it? Look for me under your boot soles, as the fellas say. Nikki clears her throat and begins reading from the paper she's holding. I think the grass will never grow. Oh my God, we all leave town and call that town a ghost. For we who stayed in shame to penance pay. Ooh, I like that. It made me think of the song, so I didn't want to talk over it. Okay. For we who stayed in shame to penance pay and hoped to mercy find right where we sinned. Those hopes are withered, no mercy left. Who could forgive us now? We've buried our merciful friends. Nikki directs her attention to Shannon. Nikki's hands tremble as she reads from the paper. Our neighbors were the best of us, of course. It's always so, our better selves, clear of ourselves, where we can see their glory glow. They glow now underground, our friends with love. Sorry. I have no will left to comfort you. So let me try instead to share your woe, but staring at the clouds my vision showed, where friends have gone, we hope one day to go. Here where we lay our town and friends to rest, in distant valleys, home to better friends, below the earth, damp and tortuous caves. Here where we lay our town and friends to rest, may yet someday a new and hale grass grow, turn their souls in peace and gently roam. Some other cherished fools will build their home. Some other cherished fools will build their home. Then we buried the horses.
I've heard of a land of joy and peace and wonderful life. A beautiful place of mansions fair and skies
How's the
so
audio?
bright, where all who believe the same
hymns creep me out.
stray.
Her voice is lovely.
Just singing praises all day long. I'm going that way. Well, glorious news I tell and sing as onward I go. For those who are still astray in sin, my Savior may know. I want them to sing that praise above some beautiful day.
Look down and check the audio, and then just a coven of ghosts show up.
To him who died for me, I'm going that way. I know I shall meet him at the gate when trials are past. I know I shall meet him face to face in glory at last. Oh, I believe that when we meet, well done, he'll say, while trusting that soul redeemed in love, I'm going that way. I'm going that way. I'm going that way. Yes, dear, the Savior I adore is with me each day. I'm clinging to him and never to stray. Just sing praises all day long. I'm going that way.
I didn't like that. Maybe it was just like it's copyright free to do like a churchy hymn kind of song. Maybe it's original and it's like really well written to sound like that. It's kind of off-putting with the story of what I've been taking away anyway is the story of the game. I'm really surprised because I was like waiting for something original and cool. I didn't like that, or how it made me feel rather. Because, like, there's been... Unless I'm... that sound was weird. Unless I'm just... giving them too much credit throughout the game, but, like, there was an original song earlier. I'm surprised then we have, like... 1999 infomercial CD hymn at the end there. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I the cat again? Anyway. Good performance, but that... I don't know. It made me really uncomfortable. And then we sacrifice the cat. Like, we're all just standing in a circle. Guys, do you know what I'm supposed to do just so I know that nothing broke?
Yeah, it says returning the 5-Dogwood Drive will bring about the ending.
Okay. They're standing in a circle. That's very scary. There it is. Yeah, I would have cut the hymn or put it here and have the town sing it, like kind of make it feel like an impromptu thing. Because I don't know, it gives me two realms of thought at once. Are we not done? I don't want to start getting my thoughts, so we're done. There we go. It gives me two realms of thought at once. Either it's the idea that we're doomed as a society. Either it's because like it goes in a circle like this with the axe too, right? Either we're doomed as a society to just repeat ourselves, and that weird religious community thing and the book banning thing, like that guy who was like getting rid of unnecessary books, and then the ghost joining in with the song. Are we doomed to repeat ourselves as a society? Was this just starting over again in a puritanical beginning of a civilization, right? Or was it trying to imply that like we like religion will be the relic that outlives technology and society? Because I don't know. I don't think it wanted to do this. I have no clue. It made me feel really weird that like we're doing a funeral and she's singing the hymn, and again it's like because there's original songs, or at least it looked like original songs throughout this game. I'm like, why here unless you orchestrated it to sound this way? But then like other people knowing it and it being at a funeral, it felt too much like religious prevailing, and I couldn't tell you if that's ominous or if that's done with a isn't this nice, and now they're all going to go to church and they're not going to read the dangerous scary books. Like it just, I couldn't tell where to place that feeling in my gut. Because I loved the idea of starting a fresh new community. And like, because it was weird. Right before the song started, I was thinking, I love this idea of like, I'm going to speak like a poem instead of a speech or a church hymn. And then they did one anyway. And I was like, never mind. I don't know. That whole last chunk was weirdly one of my least favorite parts of the game. Because also it was like, it was weird that I kept getting to make options or like pick options for like what's going to happen to people. I wish that was a little more on rails, because it was kind of like the map when you're driving early on in the game, where it's like giving me a little too much freedom slows at least my progress. So I found that kind of funny that it was like, no, more rails please, because also like I wanted to see what everyone's been up to, what's been going on. But I feel like it should have ended with the final revelation of they're going to live in that house. Because I think it was supposed to feel more like a victory lap to go around and see them like opening the mail and flying the plane and burying the horses. I was still waiting for more story. I was still waiting for one last big thing. I guess I didn't see the interlude storm as the climax, right? Like that's the last action as they climb out of the zero, I guess. But as they climb up those stairs with the furniture and leave behind the car, a relic of society, they go into a town that was just washed over by a almost biblical-like flood. Again, adding to the discomfort I felt with the ending's notion. Because I loved the idea of just, here's where you were delivering the stuff. No one lives here. This is nice stuff. And this is a nice group of people. And they're rebuilding. And none of us want to go back to our lives. Or there's something we want to change about our lives. I liked that. Does it make sense what I'm saying, though? Like, with, like, the hymn, the biblical flood. But, like, I couldn't tell you if it's the world restarting itself. Or if it's, like, oh, good, church will prevail, technology society bad, go to this building on Sunday. I couldn't tell you which. It maybe just went on a little too long. But yeah, I feel like the storm didn't feel like the climax to me. I thought it was still setting us up for something bigger. So then I'm trying to map out this game in my head. So the last chapter was just the newsroom and then being the cat? Right? Huh. That's odd. But I guess then the climax of the story would be... Would it be losing Conway then? But if that's the case, then what was with the second half of Act 4 and then all of Act 5? There's one more interlude. What do you mean? It's telling me to restart at Act 1. What do I do? It may be locked.
Yeah, I think you have to pick up. That's when you go to the gas station again and pick up another character.
Oh.
So it's locked.
That didn't happen for me. I went back to the gas station and it was just like, you want to play games on my phone? It's kind of epilogue-y. Well, that's what I would have wanted to have done to get the full...
If this happens, replay Act 1 up to the part where you first leave the gas station, immediately drive back, then return to the map. The final interlude will then be accessible at the main menu.
How long is it?
The final interlude itself is 15 minutes.
So what do I have to do? Go back to Act 1 and then do what?
Play up until you leave the gas station and then immediately go back and go to the gas station.
Is it worth it, honestly? Like, would it help my thoughts at all, or is it just like a little thing? Because I really liked this up until like the cat, which sucks because that was fun. Like, oh, I get to be a cat. God, look at that. That's so fucking cool. But like, also, I was thinking about it before the stream. I'm like, I haven't played that many chapter release games, and I've also never played one as the chapters are going. So it's kind of like binging a show. Bebe. I'll drive all night just to get back home. I don't know. What? Oh, do I have to talk to him first so it'll be a cool ghost moment? Nat 20, bitches. Uh-huh. 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 It also... Uh-huh. 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 I wasn't even trying to click that. I was just trying to click. There we go. Yoink. It has a comforting weight in your pocket. So it doesn't matter what I do with the die. Break very hardly. I don't know. It was hard to remember most of the characters by the end. I think we could thinned the party a little bit. 0. No, not him. I wanted to pet my dog. Especially, like, we left Homer behind, too. Can I leave now? I'd like to go. I'd like to go. I'll just walk. Oh. The computer. Sorry, I've only played this once. Joseph. I talk and listen to him talking. Nobody saw the accident. You just breathe the road. Address book. 0. 0 is not real. Uppies? Uppies! Conway is ready to leave. And I just instantly go back.
Yeah.
Joseph and a stranger. Oh, I found Carrington. That's only a few miles outside of Ogdenville anyway. I don't think you could do much for better accessibility. They got a new gas station if folks got lost. But maybe they could feel lost, Joseph. Just as lost then as we always already lost. As we are always already lost, just like poor itinerant Silas wandering the road looking for a home. Well, that's a way to look at it, I guess. Well, hello, I heard that old truck rumble on up. How's Homer? Say maybe you could help this fellow who's looking for a venue, is how you said it, right? Sure, I have an old friend who runs a bar, and they've got a real big stage. No, it can't be indoors. Impossible. If I would oblige you'd stop a moment to help me work this through. Let me explain my charge. I've dedicated my last 12 years to the design and orchestration of my life's great work, a grand, broadly experimental theatrical adaptation of The Death of the Hired Man by Robert... Shut up. The Death of the Hired Man by Robert Frost. Yeah, I've heard some of his stuff. Okay, he's pretty okay. Not one of my favorites, but Carrington, he has a knack for drama. Well, drama's really my second love. My higher calling is pseudoscience. So when is this performance? The event to be performed tomorrow morning just before dawn, but in the spirit of tragedy, our venue fell through at the last minute. I've been out all day driving the highways looking for a replacement. Eyes fastened to the landscape like a hawk scouring the field. It's like a hawk, in fact. I failed to keep my eye on my gas meter. I'm here waiting for the tow truck to bring my car so I can get back at the task. Well, I don't mind keeping an eye out for a spot. I'm on a drive anyway. If you have attention to spare, I'd be grateful. Somewhere outdoors, somewhere intimate, somewhere tragic. Ah, so the ending. So then I just go?
Yeah. Return to the map to find
Conway has places to go. Back to the circle. Oh, death of the hired man. Hooray. Do I have to do anything? To love a red moon. Mexico? That's what she said. Damn. Oh, she's been there before. It sounds so far away. She lived there for years. Why'd she come back? Oh. Thank you, Robinson. I thought we were just watching the thing. Ask her. Sometimes it's hard to get a straight answer. You usually get a gay one. There goes trouble anyhow. The fuck? Pride. Am I white noising for a ghost? Turkeys. That was my other complaint, is I felt like it was finally going somewhere with the ghost stuff, and then it just kind of stopped. But I kind of chalked that up to how I played it. Like, are there multiple endings to this game, or no? She would, wouldn't she? Oh, was this actual dialogue still going? What did I miss? Oh, no. So there's dialogue going on? How's business? Can I just turn it off? I want to read. I just keep doing this. How's business? What do I do? Oh, I can do the other one. How's business? Shitty. Uh-huh. Do I have to keep it on an actual channel? Then what's the point? Robinson, you fucked me. Sorry, Harry. You laugh, but where'll you go to sit and talk all day when they shut this place down? Oh, I appreciate the steaks. It'd be a different story if someone bought a drink with cash now and then. Am I in the play? Sure, Harry. We've all got our troubles. Which reminds me. I'll pour him. No, it's not that. As I was leaving the bureau, I ran into someone else. Uh-huh. Like, I don't remember who these two characters are. Your erstwhile janitor. I bet. What do you have to say? In fact, he suggested he might come by and clean your facilities. He what? I told him never to... Now, Harry, be kind. I told him... Here he is. Now? Be kind. Oh, Harry's the barkeep who sold his customers. I'm always kind. How does it look out there, Brandon? It's pretty okay. Sure. The sun is out. The character's the guy looking for his play. Okay. Imagine that. I mean, it's clear skies. Clear skies today. Well, I'll get started. Listen, kid. Just go on back, my young friend. We'll check in on you shortly. Oh, it's just a couple of bathrooms. See, that attitude. Bless your heart. Go on back, Brandon. Okay, I'll start with the ladies'. Fine. There's nobody... ... Question mark? Nah, it's just us and the kids. Oh, hey, y'all. What are you watching? Game show. Aw, man, I'm no good at this one. Wait. You been on this show? No, like following along at home? Well... See, Harry, a little bit of kindness, and you got your janitor back. When was I ever anything but kind to him? I let him sleep in the office whenever he misses his bus. But he's not dependable. Off he goes, always when I need him most. He thinks he ought to earn a little pay. I can't afford to pay any fixed wages, though I wish I could. So when someone else can pay, then someone else will have to. Not so loud, he'll hear you. Hear you. Hear you. He'll hear you. I want him to. He'll have to eventually. Hurry, I believe you're about to pour us a couple drinks. Harry. This damn bar is like a muddy black little pond where everyone who stops to drink falls in and drowns. Now, Harry, who would drink from a muddy black pond? There's always someone thirsty enough. And what are you in this colorful metaphor? I'm the bird. Just another set of bones at the bottom. I'm having a drink too. I'll drink to that. Boop, 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 boop. Well, hell, so will I. These shows are rigged. They work it all out in advance. All a big con. It's entertainment. Sorry, that was the bird. It's entertainment. There's no reason to lie about it. I rather think it's only good. I think it's the only good reason. Fuck. I rather think it's the only good reason. So how'd it go? Your plaything. My plaything. You said you put on play, right? Trying to figure out where to keep my tongue for this. I staged an experimental theater production. Yes. Pardon me. It's like if I kind of keep it at the base of my teeth. If you know disaster, if you must know, it was a disaster. Sorry to hear that. Trying to make it sound like my dad's dad. On the topic of my production, the less said, the better. There, better. Fine, change the subject. Yeah, if I press my tongue, it gives me that angle. It was doomed from the start, really. Yeah. I like how that kind of sounds. As I watched the sun rise that morning in front at Equus Oils. Yeah, that's good. What's that? The gas station, Joseph's place. Oh, how is old Joe? You gotta work on it. Reflective these days, aren't we all? What, did you play at a gas station? I staged, yes. And nobody came out, huh? I'll be damned. I'll be damned. An uncommon venue by design. It's unique, I'll give you that. Even if an audience had materialized, there were other gaps in the production. Okay. The casting crew also absent. Damn. So I alone stood there at sunrise with no play and no audience to miss it. And you, what's been occupying your days and nights, my friend? Not much. Sometimes I go down to the store and restock, and then it's straight back home. Home? You mean this place? I guess. Sound pathetic, don't it? Not at all. Nah, you had it right at first. This bar's no home. It all depends on what you mean by home. It's close. Talking to Brandon the other day, I got a sense he sees this bar as some kind of home, too. He's like a dog that walked in off the street. And what do you do, Harry, when a dog walks in off the street? You give him some water. A dog never did anything wrong. Home is the place where you have to go there. When you have to go there, they have to take you in. What's that from? Poem. I bet. Sounds like a greeting card. It's meant to sound a little cynical, I believe. What's the poem called? Kentucky Route Zero. That everything just shuts down. The Death of the Hired Man by Robert Frost. Oh, of course. Only the poem which served as the basis for my doomed experimental stage production. Sorry. Sure, it's a great poem. The next line is, I should have called it something you somehow haven't to... I should have called it something you shouldn't have something to deserve. Fuck. Huh. Mean anything to you? Well, is he a Christian man? Frost? Yeah, I think he was, with a healthy measure of doubt. Then it sounds to me like the grace of God. You get it when you're baptized. It's automatic. You don't have to do anything to earn it. You just try to be worthy of it. What'd you think? Harry, you know I only attend church for the acoustics. And then what's the line mean to you? Oh, I take it very literally. It's a moral claim. There is for each of us a place called home. The relationship is inalienable. It's our birthright. No one may keep us from this place. Says who, though? I mean, who enforces it? If God won't, then it's up to us. Yikes. I guess you think the same goes for that kid back there? Am I so transparent? So why is it up to us, though? Don't his grandma work back in a bank or something? Does she? Does she? That was weird. Does she? I'm pretty sure I heard that. But Harry, don't you think if he could get help from family? ... Sure, maybe they had a fight. Oh, my butt. So tired of sitting. He looked exhausted. Oh, he looked like he'd been streaming for damn near 5 hours at once. Yeah, he did. Why don't you go check on him in a cheap chair? Like, subscribe, donate, become a member. It's kind of quiet back there, huh? Not to scold him, Harry. Just see how he's doing. What, is it hell back there? Yeah, all right. Bloop. I'll let you know who wins. Well, you've been glued to this program all day. What you make of it? Oh, no, it was a different game show before. I mean, they're all kind of the same. Sorry your play was a bust. Live theater is always a risk. That's what makes it interesting. I agree. Sure, you're a performer. You understand. I was in a movie recently called Kentucky Route. I hadn't heard. Yeah, Western, kind of. A glitch Western. Called Kentucky. You have my complete attention. I was just thinking about your poem. Oh. Yeah, but I was thinking about it as a riddle. Like, what's the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in? Sorry, I switched between those characters, my bad. And the answer's home? No, it's a grave. Nice. Our host returns, but so quickly. Well, did you and the young man have a heart-to-heart conversation? How is he? Fanning myself. He's asleep on the floor with a roll of paper towels as a pillow. Try to remember, Harry. No, it's all right. Let him rest. Did he die? Was he the hired man who died? That was even more confusing. Got 2 trophies out of it, though. Don't just end that's it. That's it. I don't know. I definitely liked the first 3 chapters. Minus the occasional, no, please stop making me navigate this dumb map. That's it. But in this story, he was just asleep. Oh, as opposed to being dead. I thought he was, but he could have been lying. That was quick. Yeah, he's sleeping. Or he'll kill him for sleeping on the job. I still really don't like how it kind of branches away from building a better society or knowing when to relieve yourself of the job. So I was gonna say the only thing that really stood out to me there was like he can't afford to give him much, but it's a job that gives him more than the corporation does. Because that was something I was kind of waiting. I kind of wish it talked about that more than anything. Because it's like, while still pushing the progress forward of delivering something, it's kind of the why, if this job makes you miserable, why keep doing it? You know, it's the, you know, while the big nameless corporation can have you by a contract or, you know, keep you shackled by like, you know, insanely good or bad like perks, or it's just the right amount of pay and perks, or in this case you owe them something literally on paper, you have a debt to pay off. But it's kind of the same with the antique store, right? I feel like I owed them to finish this job, and then that's the reason why Shannon takes over for Conway after he leaves. she feels like he's my friend. I'm gonna see this through to the end. Can I throw spoilers out now? Yeah, sure. I liked the two different ways that we were shackled in by the job, but then like I feel like Conway was the wrong person to lose, just because it kind of gave up one of the like 4 or 5 recognizable characters out of like the dozen we're sifting through at the end. And yeah, maybe it didn't need the 5th chapter. Like, things you may not have noticed. No, I feel you. Make it quick. I'm going to bed soon. My head hurts, and I have to upload a video for tomorrow. I gotta get that early access points in, and we gotta set up the stream lobby for tomorrow for Gamescom. Big day tomorrow. Members only stream tomorrow, and a main channel video upload. Too many characters from the TV station. I agree. And also, like, I didn't get to know many of them to really feel anything for them. It'd be like if the people from the play, like, suddenly, oh, we're running through the office building too. Okay, it's like, your thing was dumb. The drink he took to fall off the wagon. Uh-huh. But yeah, I wish it kind of came back full circle to the characters. If you don't take it, the game will have him take it for you. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's only one ending, correct? Like, the only thing that can really change is the details you pick at the last minute. That's interesting. I almost kind of wish you played as Homer, and it kind of played how you play as the cat at the end, where if we're going to play it this way, I'd rather completely be a character that just is along for the ride in a sense. Yeah, one ending, yeah. It's a little bit we didn't see in the distillery. Well, I mean, there's a lot we probably didn't see throughout the game. But I thought it was really strong for the most part, and then I just felt like it kind of fizzled out, but also I feel like that makes a lot of sense to say when the game glitched me out of like the biggest, oh no, the guy got spirited away. That sucks. I like a lot of what it was going for until the fucking funeral. Like, a glitch here, a glitch there. We didn't need the TV station, fine. The funeral is what kind of threw me off the whole rest of the way. Because it's like, what is it? Are we doomed to repeat the cycle, or are you trying to say, like, this is the way? That's still kind of where I'm hung up on. There's character development with the musicians, but not every playthrough is the same. No, I felt it just fine. Like, you know, I feel like they were kind of heart of gold shitheads pretty quickly. They double back to help us with a tow in exchange for helping them get to the venue and stuff, so they could have an audience. I felt like it was there. I feel like the characters weren't that complicated, and I guess the biggest thing for me is like Shannon and Weaver were like the most neglected other than Conway. But no, I got their deal, and weirdly, and it shouldn't be this way, but I think they were the most distinct story, and I got the least with them. But like, yeah, like they're kind of, like, who cares? We're getting by. We're not thinking of the big picture. Hey, this kid needs somebody. They were robots? What? How could I have possibly noticed that they were robots? What? Where am I supposed to see that they were robots? That makes this worse if the musicians were robots. That knocks it down a couple of points. Because that was... anyway. I'll give you some time to say some more stuff in chat. What? All their outfit changes, dialogue. They have their weird whirring noise when they walk. This game is like non-detailed, abstract art direction. There's no subtlety in visuals and stuff in a game like this. What? That's absolutely not. That feels like homework discovery. That's do your research outside of the thing and you'll find it, which I'm against homework. It should all be in the story. That's ridiculous. I guess the one thing I ever thought was weird was at the very end. And again, it leads me back to the, are you trying to nudge this back towards puritanical, Christian thing? Suddenly the musician didn't have blue hair and it was like a normal color or traditional organic color. It was really off-putting towards the end. And I know a big part of that has to do with like the state of the world, but I don't know, man. It could be on edge because I watched the West Memphis 3 documentary a couple weeks ago and I'm still thinking about that shit. But I don't know. It was suddenly this new society post this massive flood, right? It's like it was the church gathering, the lack of answers, like the book burning thing, like it, but that makes it kind of worse. I'm like, that was probably the most, like, other than the anti-corporation part of it, which again, I'm like, is it supposed to feel regressive at the end because it's like, we'll just keep the cycle going no matter what? Someone will always be indebted to someone else. How do we keep a restaurant? Like, these people don't know how to make a restaurant function without money. You know? So eventually there needs to be money, and to keep track of all the money, there needs to be banks. Whatever. But it sucks because, like, I really like, especially the early stuff, I really like the art direction. And just, it was like, then the mud, we're not like time jumping too much. That whole running around in circle thing, it wasn't very engaging. It just kind of got boring. But like the mud in the town and stuff, I wish we had jumped around more in time. I would have loved to have seen more from that art style. Oh, that's the other thing too. We're also pulled back from the characters so much. You can't tell me, oh, you didn't notice they had weird little noises. They were secretly robots. That feels like homework. Like I said, something that's discovered outside of the game. Because also, did they even establish that robots exist in this world? Was there a robot? Like a literal robot? Because I think the most, like, I almost said unnatural. That's not the word I'm thinking of. Like, the most uncommon thing we saw was an office room full of bears. Coded in the internet is tricky nowadays. If someone relates to the characters, that's awesome. That doesn't make them coded. But if someone relates to a character or a specific thing in life, that's awesome. That doesn't mean it's coded. I'm not going to go back into that conversation because I just don't understand coded. That's I always find it like it's awesome as long as you're good to yourself and others. Like sometimes even I'll like watch a story and go, oh my god, I think there's totally you can connect it to this. I'm gonna literally talk about that in a video tomorrow. But like that doesn't make it like it doesn't make it, I guess, true outside yourself. I don't know how to describe it because I don't get coded. But yay, that would make me happy if it was intentional because I think that would make the ending feel a little less uncomfortable for me. If you choose to learn about some characters, ultimately you learn less about others. You talk a little bit about their backstory, but you didn't get a lot of it. Yeah, and that's the other thing that kind of sucks too, is again, I'm like, I kind of wish our core little nugget was either smaller, and everyone got a little more time, or just everyone kind of got some more time. Like, give me a little less Conway if he's going to be removed before the ending. You know? Like, that was kind of what I was saying with, like, maybe if you played as an animal that's just a bystander that listens to conversations the whole time, maybe that would have been stronger. Because, yeah, I was starting to get confused by the time we hit the boat, and I'm, like, jumping between all these different characters that I can play as now, and I'm like, everyone's kind of becoming interchangeable except for Shannon, because I've been with her the longest, the kid, because it's obvious which character that is, and then, you know, the two singers and blue hair. But it was like all the other characters are becoming so interchangeable. But yeah, it would have been nice to have gotten more of their story if they were going to outlive the main character. And again, it's like, especially like Shannon and Weaver, like that didn't go anywhere. And like, I don't think that should be something that's skippable. Something needs to be the focus of it. It can't be, oh, well, you know, because I tried to spend a little bit of time with everybody, but I was like, oh, staying on the boat, I learned more about the people on the boat. It's like, oh, well, they didn't come with you to the final village area, so fuck them and fuck you. You chose wrong. And I'm like, then put it more on rails, baby. Tell a story more succinctly. The singer was actually the composer who modulated his voice to sound like Junebug. That's really cool. I liked that. That was really trippy. I liked picking it and then hearing the singing. It was like a reverse karaoke experience. I liked that. But yeah, I don't think much of a narrative happened here in a satisfying way. Like I said, you need to enforce more conversation and dialogue and backstory for the characters that will make it to the end. If it's not going to be the one that we're playing as for so long, because I learned the most about him, and that was useless. Yeah, honestly, I think acts 1 through 3 were it for me. I think as soon as we got on the boat and it started to bounce around, the focus started to bounce around too much once we got on the boat, and then Conway just dipping, and I'm like, well, now there's no focus except kind of Shannon. But I thought her big thing would be what's going on with Weaver. Weaver kept coming up all the fucking time, and that never resolved. It's very open-ended at the end. I wouldn't even call it open-ended. Like, it kind of has that feeling of like, hey man, like, I paid money for this story. Can you finish it? Like, I feel like good stories aren't good because they're open-ended. I feel like even a story with an ending, you keep asking questions and like you keep interpreting moments, or like, oh, I kind of took it like this, or like, oh, I like to think then this character went on to do this thing, or because this character didn't go here, this could happen. You know? something needs to happen. It doesn't need to be, you know, a hard, it doesn't have to be a hard line in the sand, but that lack of satisfaction isn't open-ended, you know? And especially because this came out in chapters. Like, I'm glad I didn't wait for it. Like, I think I would have really been disappointed waiting for this in chapters. That's how I feel about most games that come out in chapters, except, I guess, Life is Strange came out in chapters. But the capitalism themes. Yeah, no, and you're right. That was the stuff I really liked, was when it was, like, eerie, borderline on supernatural, you know, off-kilter, uncomfy, you know, crazy extreme capitalism shit. And I liked the play. I liked the revelation about the arm and leg, but again, it just felt like, okay, well, anyway, we don't know what to do with him, so now he's just gonna go. Like, I'm like, we didn't even say goodbye to him. Like, no one knew what was, like, really gonna happen here. Like, it was so odd. The operator lady story, yeah, I liked that moment, but that's such a small moment, especially in the grand scheme of this game. I think there's a lot of excess you can trim off. I think it loses focus completely by the end, which sucks, because that was when I was the most, like, because it's so weird sitting here after finishing this game and I'm like, I was so hell-bent on getting my man to a doctor and finding out what's going on with Shannon and Weaver. And then by the end of it, I'm like, I feel like I'm holding, like, pudding in my hands. Like, there's no, like, tactile consistency. There's nothing to hang on to. And it's a bummer that Conway's exit was fucked up on a glitch side of things. So there's also that. I don't know. I'm sure there's, like, a bunch of stuff to, and it's like, yeah, you can also do that with, like, stories that complete themselves and focus on characters and stuff too. But I like the art style a lot. Weirdly, until the end, and the brighter daylight it got, the more I'm like, oh, there's no more sunsets and silhouetted images. Boo! Now I'm just a kitty in a field. But I really like the art style a lot. Again, acts 1 through 3 are great, so that's at least a 60%. And I like parts of Act 4. That's good. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool, I guess. I don't know. It's disappointing because I liked so much where it was going for, like I said, 60%, 70% of the game. Yeah, I think by the time Conway left, I was like, oh, now I'm out. But yeah, there was a little bit of a rough patch before the operator telephone lady, but then I loved that shit, and I'm like, that's fucking wild. And then it just kind of, meh. Like, I liked the idea of, like, oh, you know, we don't need corporations, but ending with, like, so much weird religious subtext, that's just a whole other institution, and that's the institution that led to corporations. So again, I'm like, are we repeating the cycle of the human race in this town? Or are you trying to tell me that, you know, this type of religious imagery in this institution, good? Bad? It was odd. And I don't know, it was a little off-putting. Especially forcing me to go read all the conversation boxes. There's a guy who's making a book ban list in this town. and it's been like the second or third day. It was just weird. Thank you for giving it a try. Yeah, I'll always, like, I mean, not always. Sometimes I do look up, like, stories and the content warnings are, like, so intense that I'm like, maybe we don't stream this. But, yeah, I think everything's always worth a try. I think that's also tricky when that's going to cost time and money. And in my case, it's also, you know, are people going to click this? Algorithms, subscribers, all that shit. There's a lot of layers there. But, yeah, it's always worth trying and checking out. And, like, you know, they're not going to take it out of digital stores and take it off of shelves because I didn't like the ending or, like, the last, like, chunk of it. It's okay. And, yeah, I like the first half a lot. Like, I think this game would have been better off with 3 acts, and Act 3 has you finding the telemarketer lady, and then, oh no, he was taken by the company, his time is up, and then she's going to carry on without him, credits. And then the epilogue being her finding the house, and like, what do? You can stay here if you want. It's like, yeah, you're right. Like, I don't have any responsibility to anybody but myself. Because I loved that moment. Like, oh shit, they're going to stay here and they have all this furniture from the antique shop. Like, I really liked that. And it just felt like, wait, we need institutions. We need a restaurant. We need someone to control our books. We need a church. And I'm like, is this supposed to be like, oh no, it's repeating? Or is it like, oh good, someone to censor the art that we take in? Religious schedule we have to follow, and I'm sure that'll come with rules, and those rules will become commands. But who knows? Maybe that's the point. Is it supposed to kind of repeat itself? While we crave to break free from institutions, we also subconsciously create new ones or run to them. We demand order. Freedom is chaos. Which would be fine, but I'm also like, but they stayed in the house. But they stayed in the house. Maybe the house is order from chaos. Maybe that is being boxed in. Why don't they live outside? Why don't they build their own house? You know? There's a lot to break down, and I don't know, my head hurts. It's late. We gotta do stuff. But yeah, I liked it better when it felt, like I said, dark, supernatural. We live in a society, you know, like that like I was comparing it for a while to like Bruce Springsteen, but also like Stephen King. Like, it was kind of that, you know, there's something wrong with this town, this setup, this situation, and it's taking something. It was very cool and interesting. And then I feel like with most spooky things, eerie things, as well as something trying to give a message, it then has to end and stick that landing. And I don't know if it really did for me. But there was definitely way more that I liked than what I disliked. But yeah, I guess that's the best way to word it, is that ending did make me feel a little just uncomfortable, out of sorts, confused. And it's like, am I doing mental gymnastics to make this fit what I believe in? Or am I so paranoid that I'm jumping to a conclusion that brushes against what I believe in, right? Does that make sense? Like, I feel like it's not tangible enough. Like I said, I'm holding pudding in my hands, and when it's themes like this, like, that's not really something where I want too loose of a foundation by the end. But anyway, I hope it gave you something to think. I hope you enjoyed it. If not, if you're upset with me, fine. I tried it, though. I didn't make any assumptions. These are just what I think. And, you know, like I said, there's a lot of story I guess I would rather be handed, and character I'd rather be given instead. But I want to give a big thank you to everybody for hanging out. Thank you so much, Robeson and Caitlin, for donating. Thank you, Robeson, for also all your help. And just being everyone who's been chill, everyone who's been nice, everyone who's been kind, Thank you for not making me feel stupid. Thank you for not insulting my character voices. Thank you for not trying to trick me, gaslight me, whatever. That's all one person. So thank you to everyone else who can manage to just be positive and nice. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad Electro Shots. I'm glad you enjoyed it too. But big thank you to Robeson for recommending the game. Thanks again, man. Thanks again, man, for all the support. And yeah, also for the patience, because I want to get a feel for a game before I play it, because I don't want to like be set up for miserable failure or like getting in trouble with YouTube or whatever. But then also it's like, oh, it's expensive for an indie game I've never heard of. Oh, cool, it's on sale. Let me grab it. It's like sometimes I gotta wait for a sale, or sometimes I wait for it to kind of make more sense. Like, oh, it needs to be, I want this to be a spooky game, or like, oh, this will be fun for the summer or the winter, whatever. Sometimes there's a plan. So thanks for the patience too, because some people just jump up and down and scream for a certain game and spam shit. And then, oh, I'm not playing it, so now then they just leave. Or they get mad when other people are like, hey, man, stop. Or when I'm like, hey, stop. And it gets shitty. And it sucks, too, because one of those games, I still have it in my game library. But I was just waiting for this person to calm down, and then I forgot all about it. Silent Hill hype. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do Thursday, so stay tuned for that. We could start Silent Hill on Thursday. We might wait until next week. I don't know. But yeah, I know I have my pre-order already done. So September 6th, I'm pissed there's no physical copy, but September 6th we'll be doing Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. So that'll be fun. And then that will be, after that it'll be official spooky season. We'll do Silent Hill 2 remake when that drops in October. And I'm going to keep my eye on some stuff. Slay of the Princess is supposed to drop on console. I want to do that really bad. But yeah, I think it'd be fun if people are down to do the Silent Hill 2 or 3 as a stream. I think that might be fun in case anyone's interested in hanging out, doing that before the remake comes out. And I love those games, and I'd like to talk about them. I think that'd be fun. But yeah, if you have any horror suggestions, let me know. Members, hope to see you tomorrow for the stream. We'll talk about games, and then I'll make a list and stuff to throw up on the community tab for the channel members. Consider becoming a channel member by hitting that join button if you want to be a part of the members-only streams where we hang out, as well as help me pick games, or like when I have a list, you get to like vote, or like, hey, do you have ideas? And people get to tell me, and I do my research based off of that. It also just helps me pay for games, pay for bills. Same with the donations and everything here and at thethirdbill.com. Oh, and I want to give a thank you to Kira Jones, who donated like a couple hours before the stream. So thank you. Thank you so much, Alana, for modding. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Don't forget, just like always, next to my P.O. Box, merch store, all that crap, all those ways to support me. There's also a link there to a card for social awareness, mental health, crisis lines, Trevor Project resources, things like that. If you do or so, you don't need them. I don't know. I hope the comment section here stays constructive. It's okay when I don't like something. So far, this has been the most chill. Oh, Bill didn't love the ending. So I didn't hate the game, but no, I did not love the ending. And again, I want to give a big thank you to that. Let's normalize Bill not being crazy enthusiastic about everything, and that's okay. But yeah, hope to see you next time I upload or go live. I hope everyone's staying safe. Remember to register to vote. Double check to make sure you register to vote. Be safe, be mindful of others. Remember to take care of yourselves, please.